know, right? I Welcome back, everyone. We will now call the March 2nd board meeting to order. Mr. Gaither, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Representing Educational District 1, Ms. Leslie Grant. Present. Representing Educational District 2, Mr. Retta Baldwin. She's walking in. Awesome. Representing Educational District 3, Ms. Michelle Olympiades. Representing Educational District 5, Ms. Erica Mitchell. Representing Educational District at Large Seat 7, Ms. Candace Wood Jackson. Representing Educational District at Large Seat 8, Ms. Cynthia Briscoe Brown.
Present.
Representing Educational District at Large Seat 9 and Board Chair, Mr. Jason Estevez.
Present.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gaither. I will now entertain a motion to approve the minutes of our February 3rd board meeting.
So moved.
It's been properly moved by Cynthia Briscoe Brown. Is there a second? Seconded by Candace Wood Jackson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now moving on to the meeting agenda for the March 2nd board meeting. Can I have a motion to? Can I have a motion?
So moved. Moved to approve the agenda? Is that what you want us to make a motion to do?
It's been properly moved.
Second.
It has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, I just want to be sure about this. Sorry. I have had board members talk to me prior to the meeting about having concerns with one of the items, and I'd rather do this now versus doing it later. So if there are concerns,
Yes, I have a concern.
thank you.
I would like for us to discuss the calendars, specifically the calendar for 21-22,
So,
which is, you want me to tell you what item, agenda number this is?
yes,
Sorry,
please.
I'm trying to, 503, item 503. Thank you, Rebecca.
Okay. So there's been a motion by Cynthia Briscoe Brown. It was seconded by Michelle Olympiades.
I think Aretta took the
And,
second on that.
or Aretta Baldwin took
I
the
think
second?
Aretta seconded.
Okay.
Do I need to withdraw my motion or amend it?
I think that's, if you agree, right, Nina?
Either way, if you're willing to withdraw the motion, and we can move the calendar item to a discussion item and move to approve an amended agenda, or we can move to amend the original motion to move the calendar item to a discussion item and then vote on that.
Mr. Chair, I withdraw the motion.
Okay. The motion has been withdrawn by Cynthia Briscoe Brown. Is there a new motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we amend the agenda and remove item 5.303, is that how we say it? From the agenda, from the consent agenda, and move it to discussion.
Okay, that motion has been made by Michelle Olympiades, seconded by Leslie Grant, to amend the agenda to remove 5.03 and move that to discussion and action. Any other discussion? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We will now move into our presentations and discussion. Dr. Christopherson, will you please bring us work session items?
Yes, there's 6.
Apologies for the interruption. Point of order. If you could just approve the amended consent agenda, and I think you'll be good. A motion to approve the amended, adopt the amended consent agenda.
Okay, because all she did was amend it. Okay, thank you. On your birthday, making you work. Appreciate it.
Like I said, nowhere
It
else
is
I'd rather be.
Nina's birthday today, everyone. So let's wish her a happy birthday. Yay, happy birthday. Can I have a motion to approve the amended agenda?
Second.
Been properly moved by Michelle Olympiades, seconded by Cynthia Briscoe Brown. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Now we can start the work session items. Dr. Christopherson. Will you please bring those?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, members of the community, we have 6 presentations today. We have with us our director, please join us at the podium, of social emotional learning, Dr. Rose Harris, followed by Dr. Olivine Roberts, who will provide a report on Target 2021. Deputy Superintendent David Jernigan will do a school turnaround strategy update. Angela King-Smith, Chief Engagement Officer, will do the 5-year strategic plan update, and that is also for discussion and action later in the agenda. Lisa Bracken, Chief Financial Officer, will provide the fiscal year 2020 general fund monthly financial update and details of the 2021 budget. And then we'll conclude with a presentation short on the 2020 census by Erica Long, the Senior Advisor for Policy and Government Affairs. For our first presentation, as I said, you'll hear about social emotional learning. We have with us 20 school districts from across the country where APS is hosting the national conference for the Collaborative for Academic and Social Emotional Learning. I'm wearing my shirt as one of their ambassadors. They'll be here today, tomorrow, and everyone's leaving on Wednesday. But we're going to work you through and then send you back over there to wrap up the conference on my behalf until I can get there, hopefully toward the end of the evening. So thank you so much for being here. I know you're much wanted at the conference, but we're glad that you were able to make it, and thank you for your leadership in making the conference possible.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board Chair Estevez, board members, and Dr. Christophin. This is an update on the Social Emotional Learning Program. Today, I will overview the implementation timeline, key programming and supports, and some high-level impact data and accomplishments. SEL falls under the Positive Behavior Supports Initiative for the Strategic Goal Academic Program. Reflected on the screen is the Atlanta Public Schools SEL framework adopted from our partner CASEL, the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning. The SEL 5 core competencies provide both students and adults with the skills needed to succeed in school, work, and life. Beginning with 25 schools in 2015, we started a 3-year process to full district SEL implementation, with the last 5 schools onboarded in 2017. Since then, we have devoted the last 2 years to deepening the work through providing resources and supports to schools. Our SEL focus includes 5 major components: SEL instruction and practices, academic integration, adult SEL, restorative practices, and positive behavior interventions and supports, also known as PBIS. 2 key elements of SEL programming is the explicit teaching of social and emotional learning skills through direct instruction, as well as the alignment of SEL to other district initiatives. These practices are evident in second step lessons, community gatherings, school-wide activities, and instructional circles that are visible throughout the school day. Academic integration is another major part of the district SEL work. In addition to using an SEL lens to enhance the academic content, school leadership teams receive direct support with instructional practices that promote the growth and development of executive function skills, emotional intelligence, and social skills. One lesson learned in the implementation process is that adults need support, and we needed to build adult capacity to teach and model SEL skills to students. In addition to training on self-care and wellness, we provide professional learning courses to increase SEL knowledge and skills of staff members, co-learning with community partners, and opportunities for our parents to participate in SEL. Another tenet of our SEL programming is restorative practices. Restorative practices is our approach to helping change mindsets around punitive discipline practices. We use the International Institute of Restorative Practices model to train staff members on how to focus positive school climates, on how to foster positive school climates by incorporating standard operating procedures that repair harm and restore relationships. Finally, the Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports framework is a complement to SEL programming. It provides the structure for processes and procedures to enhance school culture and climate. To date, 11 of our schools have adopted this framework for state credentialing. In 2018-19, Hanover Research conducted a study to assess the overall effectiveness and implementation of our SEL practices and programming. The study included all schools within the district, with an emphasis on Cohort 1 schools. The study sought to answer the following questions. What is the quality of SEL implementation and programming? What are our stakeholders' perception? And what are the barriers affecting SEL implementation? Using the available data from 3 years of programming within Cohort 1 schools, the analysis revealed a positive shift in OSS and ISS rates, while attendance rates remained consistent. In addition, staff members from all cohorts found that SEL programming and resources were helpful. We found similar positive trends when we looked at perception data from the Staff Engagement Survey and the Georgia Student Health Survey. We also believe that it's useful to listen to the stories of APS staff and students. Adults and students commented on being more thoughtful about school, enjoying community building time, and understanding the importance of SEL skills when making connections, building relationships, and interacting with others. Since beginning the SEL program, we have evolved and changed to meet the needs of our stakeholders. We are proud of our many accomplishments, including establishing 6 mindfulness centers, implementing the high school transition course, and instituting the SEL Book of the Month campaign. We are also elated that APS is co-hosting this year's Castle Cross District Learning event, where over 250 SEL practitioners and supporters have gathered today to deepen their work by learning from each other and our district. As we continue SEL programming, we hope to deepen the work around equity and create improved systems of hope and accountability that lead to greater student success. This concludes my presentation, and I welcome your questions at this time.
Great. Thank you so much for that. And I now open it up to board members for questions. We have one from Cynthia Briscoe Brown, Loretta, Leslie.
Thank you for that. And let me say, I came from the opening lunch of the Castle event to come here this afternoon, and there are a lot of very enthusiastic, passionate, dedicated people in that room ready to learn from what we've done and share their own experiences. So thank you for, I know you are all working very, very hard over there, but just a shout out to everything you do, not only for them, but for us as well. Can you talk a little bit about next steps? Where do we go from here? How do we grow, improve, expand?
So it's really about deepening the work within the academic content and making sure that SEL is not just taught at the beginning of the day, but is woven throughout our school day. So making sure that as educators, we understand the true tenets of SEL and really incorporating it into our work in schools throughout the entire day. So that means choosing lesson plans that are culturally responsive to our kids, being able to have those conversations and relationships, having those types of assignments like you saw today, the kids do today on stage, right? Making sure that we have student voice within our programming, with all of our programming within APS, and then really continuing to work across the district with all of our initiatives so that we're not working in silos. And SEL is really the common thread to help bring all of those pieces together. And we have done tremendous things by working with other departments and really moving the work forward for student success.
Can you give an example or two of those, particularly the interdisciplinary aspect of that?
So so part of the responsibility of my team is also doing instructional coaches training. And so for every instructional coaches training session, we serve as thought partners, and we also help train on the culture of adult learning. We also look at the content itself, and we try to pull in the pieces of SEL to make sure that they match, right? So what in that standard will help to build the executive functions of students, and what in that standard will help to drive some of those same skills that we're asking them to learn within the content itself. So I'll just give you one example. In ELA, perspective taking is part of a standard in ELA. We teach perspective taking and the skills associated with perspective taking all the time in direct SEL instruction. And so we use those pieces to really make sure that the students are engaged with the content and that they can see themselves in the content itself and have a voice around that.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you again. I just want to ask, in the area of the adult SEL, you had mentioned that you do support parents and community. I would like for you to talk a little bit more about how you are encouraging the students to take these practices at home and how home and school are working together with that.
So we sit as, we're part of the committee for parent engagement, but we also work very closely with our parent liaisons within the schools. So whenever they have parent meetings, we help to do trainings with parents. We also support school-wide implementation of SEL, and so whenever kids are sent materials home, they have some tenets of SEL in it. So we work with the SEL liaisons in those schools to make sure that parents are getting those pieces of information or those skills that we're working on within SEL.
So it's more information sharing, not necessarily asking them to do things.
Sometimes it just depends. So like if they're in a training, I'll give you an example.
Yes, please.
Sorry. We did a parent training at one of our schools just a couple of weeks ago. And so the same exact skills that we teach kids in our explicit SEL instruction, we did activities with those parents, right? So then they could then better be able to communicate with their kids at home. And so we try to reinforce the things that we're teaching so that the parents also get the same types of skills. We have we've done tenets of restorative practices, and we talk about like the compass of shame and how we go into avoidance and all of those particular things so that parents are more self-aware of the behaviors that they're doing so that they can then have better conversations with their kids at home. We've done restorative conferences with parents to help them better understand and engage in problem-solving skills with school personnel and within their homes themselves. So they are very appreciative when they have the opportunity to engage with the SEL work, and we're very happy to help have them engaged in the work with us.
Thank you. A couple of questions around the presentation. I guess on slide 5, the 2018-19 piece, which schools were brought in? And maybe just overall, if there's a way to, is there some graphic to show which schools,
So I can tell you
Okay.
which schools. So the first year, the South Atlanta and Carver clusters were onboarded, as well as all of the middle schools and all of the non-traditional schools. So Best, CKS, Crim, Forest Hill. Also, then the next year, those were the 25 schools. So
is it in a graphic somewhere that
It's
maybe
not
could
in
be
a
added
graphic.
to this
It's
later?
not in a, yes, I can add
Later?
it.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay. Just to be
absolutely.
able to go back and see like what was done when and follow
Absolutely.
through. And then just on page 11 then, what, I guess, how were those schools chosen and brought in?
So the schools, it's choice.
So they had to opt in, and, okay. Is there any, like, nudge, like, hey, you really should do this?
Yes, they, they do get nudges. We actually look at every school improvement plan goal. And so schools who have a goal around climate and culture, we actually sit with the principals at the beginning of the year, and we make suggestions on how we can better improve programming within their schools. So we give them advice or slight little nudges, yes. Based on their
No
school
shame.
based on their school improvement plans.
Right.
So it has to be a goal of their school, right?
Okay.
So we want to make sure that we support the goals that they have.
Okay. And these, the recognition levels on slide 11, are those based on the study that was done, the evaluation? Where'd it go? Hanover Research Study, did that inform, oh no, 11, sorry, back to 11. There you go. So the recognition level, is that based on the Hanover study?
No, that's based on the state. The state decides the credentialing for those levels. So the 11 schools that are listed here, they're participating in PBIS. As you can see, we have 5 schools that are onboarding this year, so they're going through the training phase. Bunch, Maynard, and Washington have been doing PBIS since around 2015. And so
Earlier, but yeah.
somewhere
Well,
around there.
and my question, I guess, is why is Jackson emerging? Like, you know, what makes up those things? How is that monitored and measured? And
Yeah, there is a rubric that is provided by the state with PBIS. And I could definitely forward the PBIS rubric to you.
or maybe just attach it to your,
Okay.
as part of the appendix. And then in terms of the Hanover study to, I guess it was to evaluate the effectiveness of the programming, what, is this something that will continue to happen? Are they independently evaluating our SEL practices? Is that what this is?
So yes, we hired them to get a baseline data report on our implementation processes. And so we plan to cycle through every few years to redo the study. But
okay.
we also are doing some improvement science work through our Comprehensive School Safety Improvement Grant with WestEd.
Okay. Graphically, is this data presented along with, like on APS Insights? Out
the
of school
data from here.
suspension, yeah, I know it's on the state dashboard, like out of school suspension rates.
So those rates are posted on APS Insights.
Okay,
And yes.
in school suspension rates? Okay. And then the last one was just, in terms of the presentation, there's an appendix on 20 that has 4 bullets in, I didn't see anything. I didn't see those, if they could be part of that put in.
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Appreciate it.
welcome.
So, one last couple of questions. One question for me, on behalf of my colleague Ishay Collins, who's watching us. You mentioned that there's a barrier. One barrier was adult support / development. And I know we've talked about parents, we've talked about getting schools on board. Can you flesh that out some more? Beyond professional development, what can we be doing with the adults?
So I think we are actually doing that through our work with the Office of Engagement, the Office of Human Resource, really trying to put together a wellness plan to help support our teachers. I cannot specifically speak on the whole entire pieces of the content, but we are working together with those departments to help teachers and staff members to have support around the things that they need in order to be able to work in a district where they are impacted each day by trauma. And so part of our job is to make sure that they are supported and that we're doing what's necessary to support them in doing the work.
I appreciate that. And one of the things that I think this work and the work you and your team are doing is significant because it elevates the conversation. It keeps it top of mind in our schools, in our community. So, whether schools are doing our training, emerging, operational, whatever it is, it's still on their mind. And we all know how important this work is. So
Yes.
thank you. Are members of the folks of your team, of the folks who are doing the work?
They are
Here?
all downtown hosting.
I guess they could be good hosts. That's what we
Yes.
do in the South.
Yes, and we hope to see you guys there also.
Absolutely. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Thank you,
Appreciate
guys.
it. And tell them thank you on our behalf.
Will do.
Yeah.
Thank you. They do work really hard.
Yes.
So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Our next presenter is Dr. Olivine Roberts, the Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, for an update on Target 2021, the district's initiative to provide the CRCT remediation and enrichment academic support to targeted students. Before she starts, as a reminder, back about 4.5 years ago, once we started as a new administration, we discovered that there was no list of students who had been negatively affected by the cheating scandal more than 10 years ago. And we did track down those students, especially those who had remained in APS. That was our focus. We started with more than 3,000 students and made a commitment with the board investment to provide additional supports with the assistance of Georgia State University as a partner to help us analyze our impact where possible for our efforts to make right what was wrong as it related to the cheating scandal. The last cohort of graduates will be in 2021, thus the name Target 2021. Welcome, Dr. Roberts.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board Chair Estevez, Dr. Kostarfin, and board members. I am pleased to present an update on the implementation of the Target 2021, thank you, CRCT Remediation and Enrichment Academic Plan. I will address the purpose and goals of the program, students who were and are being served, the implementation framework, continued supports beyond 2021, and close with next steps. The purpose of this remediation and enrichment academic program, as Dr. Kostarfin said, is to provide the potentially impacted students with the targeted supports needed to position them for graduation and equip them with post-secondary options. To that end, our overarching goals are to boost students' academic performance by addressing key indicators, including course failures, academic performance on the Georgia milestones, reading levels, and the graduation rate, as well as improve students' attendance rate. As students have graduated, the number of them participating in the program has decreased. This year, we're predominantly serving students in grades 11 and 12. Our implementation framework consists of 4 key levers: the individual learning plan, parent engagement, communication, and lastly, evaluation. I will do a deeper dive into each one, beginning with the individual learning plan. The implementation of the individual learning plan, which is the key driver in the attainment of the overarching goals, relies on partnerships to surround our students with a community of support, empowering them to stay in school and be successful. Our primary partners are Communities in Schools of Atlanta, whose student support coaches work with each school to provide services in the listed 6 areas. Public Consulting Group, PCG, who provides a network of locally based degreed instructors who facilitate the tutorial services for the 4 core content areas. And lastly, Princeton Review, who provides SAT, ACT, and EOC support as well as one-to-one online tutoring via tutor.com. Through the lens of our goals, collaboration and action with these partners is interconnected. For example, to improve our students' academic performance by reducing the number of them failing one or more courses, they receive face-to-face tutoring during the school day and or after school from the PCG tutors, as well as one-on-one online tutoring. Both tutors and student support coaches encourage students to complete missing assignment contracts with their teachers so they can get back on track. Additionally, tutors and coaches do real-time check-ins with students and teachers, monitor grades, and provide frequent updates to parents. To position our students for graduation, it is not unique for the student support coaches to provide an additional layer of assistance, including reviewing students' transcripts, and for those who are off track, the coaches collaborate with the graduation coaches and school counselors to ensure the students are enrolled in credit recovery courses in a timely manner. The PCG tutors, again, push in to provide academic support so these students are better positioned to pass their courses and recoup lost credits. Knowing the importance of students being present in school, the student support coaches employ actions such as making morning wake-up calls, engaging in daily check-in and check-out conferences with students, and visiting them in their homes when necessary. Our second lever is parent engagement. Acknowledging parents as partners, this lever serves as the vehicle through which parents are involved in the process. Like last school year, we continue to engage parents in a variety of ways, including the Family Mixer, parent summits, and the use of the 2021 app. Another avenue through which we engage parents and community is via our Community Advisory Board. We do appreciate them for their continued input, feedback, and support. The third key lever, communication, continues to utilize multiple methods to inform stakeholders and gather feedback, such as our enhanced web page, progress updates, the use of Remind 101, which is a mobile messaging platform, and feedback by the way of a parent engagement survey. This year's survey was administered in January at the end of the first semester, and 148 parents responded, of whom approximately 95% expressed satisfaction, meaning that they strongly agreed with the services being provided to their children. This is echoed in their written feedback as reflected in these parent quotes. The voices of our students also amplify the effects of the supports being rendered. The last lever, evaluation, is the means through which the district assesses the effectiveness of this effort. As a reminder, last year, Dr. Tim Sass, distinguished professor at Georgia State University, who did the original study that identified the potential negative impact and performed our external evaluations, concluded that the value of continuing year after year annual evaluations is low, and further recommended that the analysis of the program impacts be limited to a final evaluation at the end of the 2021 school year. Although an external evaluation was not conducted, we are using the outlined methods to monitor the effectiveness of the program, previously described actions and strategies. Results are being used to make in-time warranted changes to enhance impact. The program was designed to conclude at the end of school year 2021. However, at that time, there could be approximately 25 students that remained, based upon the January 2020 report card. Exemplifying that a promise made is a promise kept, we are wedded to the commitment that was made in 2015 to see all students through graduation. To that end, those remaining in the program will continue to receive comprehensive academic, wraparound, social, emotional, and college career readiness supports. Looking ahead, we will encourage our students who are enrolled in college to take advantage of the wraparound supports provided through our partnership with CIS, continue to expose them to post-secondary options, the use of our program resources, and boost partnerships with community stakeholders. And lastly, we will focus on developing a robust, comprehensive exit plan for the students who will be remaining beyond 2021. This concludes the update, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roberts. Questions from the board? Loretta?
So thank you for your time and your presentation. So my question is it goes back to your goals, and I really don't see any numbers that show, did this happen, right? I hear what you've done, but I don't see any results in terms of, well, how have we done? So is that coming? Are we doing that? So in terms of decreasing the number of students failing in one or more courses, where was it? Where is it? Where do we want it to be? Increasing academic performances, same question. Have we made improvement? Is it stagnant? So I don't see the numbers that speak to the goals.
Thank you for the question. So in regard to course failures, last year at the end of first semester, we had 36.3 students failing one or more courses. At the end of this past semester, we had 25.3% failing. So because of the concerted effort, we see the reduction in the number of students failing one or more courses. Are we where we desire to be? No, but we are making improvements, and our student support coaches, along with our PCG tutors and our site-based leaders, are working diligently to ensure that we continue to reduce the numbers so students are best positioned to graduate at the end of this school year, for those who are on track for graduation or seniors. So that's just one example. In regard to graduation, it's very difficult to speak to our performance because we do not have cohort graduation rates because of when the program began. But what I can share with you is that last year, out of 392 students, 347 of those students graduated. Which in comparison to the previous year where we had a pool of 532, 490 of those students graduated. So again, we have instituted measures such as the credit check, the transcript audits to ensure that we're getting ahead of the problem in a timely manner, being very proactive, again, to make certain that students are able to recoup the credits and graduate on time.
So just in the future, it would be helpful to have those numbers so we could see the trend. How does it compare this year versus years before, to see, to get an idea of where we're going and how we're doing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Where do the students currently in the program attend high school?
In all of our high schools currently.
Every one of them has at least some of the
Yes.
students
And
in the
so,
target
and
2020.
next year, our last year,
Yeah.
our desired year, we will have school students in at least 10 of our schools. if all of them do graduate on time. Yes.
And
And we can get you those schools and the number of students.
yeah, that would be helpful as well. And I'm also interested in how many of those are in our traditional high schools as opposed to Phoenix Academy.
Yeah, most of them are in our traditional high schools currently. Next school year, those who are in the majority, I believe, will be at Phoenix next school year,
Okay.
I believe. But I can confirm that for
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Sorry, we were conversing up here. Thank you, Cynthia. I don't think there are any further questions, but, well, Areta might have a follow-up, but Dr. Kasarfin did have something to add, some context to your question, Areta.
Right. So I just wanted to remind everyone, we talked to the officers about this in preparation for this presentation and at the guidance of Dr. Sass. The report is supposed to be an implementation report. It is not an outcome report. Again, we want to work with an expert and follow his advice, and that data, and I appreciate you tracking it, I really do, Dr. Roberts, but that has not been validated by him. And the whole tension, I know you weren't here, but I'm going to remind everybody where we were when we started with this. There's a lot of tension around the fact that while the kids who were victims of the cheating scandal, as Bill Karich constantly reminds us of, were getting services, whatever that is, for 6 years prior to us being here, right? The new administration, the new board. So when we asked then what did they receive, this is where we learned that it wasn't a targeted approach for victims of the CRCT cheating scandal. It kind of served more like geographic areas, if I remember correctly. They did a big net in the West and the South, wherever the concentration of the cheating actually happened. But it was for all students, not tracking, right, individual kids. And so I just want to be clear, for this year, we were clear that we wouldn't have data, but we have our data, which, again, if, created and presented and pushed out, it does not work in alignment to how we've been advised to manage this to conclusion. So what I would recommend is that I hear you, and we can provide what we see, but I want to be clear that that's not the official record. And when we did talk to the officers in planning for this, and Dr. Sass was very clear about his recommendation for how we would check in for this school year, it should be about the implementation and where we were in the implementation process. So, and I appreciate you offering it, but I've cast a net of serious caution, because anything that's put out without that verification, would later, raise lots of questions that I think are, it's just not worth hitting a hornet's nest without us being certain that we feel like we can anchor in data that we can stand behind. And we'd like to, of course, give him the time to do that process for how far he can go with the data, the way he's been tracking it and analyzing it for us. So we can do an unofficial record, but then I don't know what that would mean for his final record.
And so the data that we report only reflect our target 2021 students. The study done by Dr. Sass is a comparative study that will focus not only on the students who were potentially impacted, but in comparison to a subset of students who had fewer or less erasure marks. So when you compare the two, he's then looking at the impact of Target 2021. So it's not just in isolation of the actions that we're implementing. So that's the drastic difference.
Right, and I'll just say one other thing, is like in the 6 years prior, we couldn't figure out to what extent any of the interventions had been successful or not successful, so that was one thing. So that means that what we've been doing in the last 4.5 years, because it took us a year, I think the first year, to track them down and to feel like we had a confident number, we could figure out where kids were, that those are just kids that were behind, that we're trying to help, but accelerating it as fast as we can, knowing that they're much older than they were when they were victims of the scandal in the early grades especially. So just want to finish putting the context for that in there for you as well.
Leslie? Before Leslie, did you have a follow-up as well?
No.
Okay. Leslie?
But just to be clear, the Target 2021, once this cohort of students goes through, like, the point of looking at it and evaluating it would be for what? Are we going to continue?
So it's
I mean,
just
there's just a specific cohort of kids that we're doing this for. I mean, I guess is the overall reason to look at it and to study it to see, is tutoring valuable, or are these interventions valuable? Then would it be that we apply them to our lower performing? What would be the reason? Where is this going? Where is this all ending up? Why are we looking at it? Did we spend our money wisely or not? And are we not doing that anyway?
I think it's all of the above, right? To see from 2015 until 2021. So it's not individual years like we have done. So it's looking at the entire program from 2015 until 2021 in totality to see the effects of the strategies, the interventions that were implemented. And if we do see that some show statistically significant differences in favor of the Target 2021 students, it would then be advantageous for us to think about how do we cascade those strategies across the district. But at this point, we don't know. Based on the previous reports that he has done, the annual evaluations through last year, we know that so far there are no significant differences between the two subgroups.
And just as and I appreciate, again, and I do, I mean, I know that Dr. Roberts is incredibly targeted and focused on making sure all of our work in academics is moving in the right direction. But I just have to go back to the original expectation because it was a significant, I think if at the time, I think it started at $9 million, if I remember correctly. $5 million, and then, but is it 9 total thus far or something? I can't remember the total investment.
Actually, I'll tell you what it is in a moment.
Right.
I have it right here for you.
Thank you.
It is, we have spent to date $13,218,000.
Right. So I remember when we started, we knew that it would be a significant investment, and there were a lot of people initially who were raising a lot of questions about the lack of support from Atlanta Public Schools. And this was an opportunity for a new board and new administration to try to make those things right. But the board asked explicitly for an external evaluation. Now, I do think there are things we can learn from it. I do think there are things that you may tease out of that would be a benefit for struggling students, or any other incident that might be applicable for kids in a struggling context, but the charge was support the kids now, do as much as we could, as fast as we could, to A, get them graduated, B, to get them support, and to keep them in school because so many had left the district which is what we learned when we were working with the district attorney who had his own program that he was trying to run to find the kids who had already left Atlanta Public Schools that we could not get back into the system. So the request was for a program evaluation, and that is what you will get at the end. So I think there could be things gleaned from it, but for the purposes of where we started, this is what a program evaluation office would do on things. You have a program, you evaluate it, you get the outcome, and then you decide if there's anything about it that you think is relevant for moving forward or duplicating or replicating or investing more or potentially investing less if you ever had to do something of this kind of structure again. But we are following the original intent, and so it will be a formal closeout program evaluation. What I don't expect him to say is like big recommendations about how to move forward, anything that is not part of that study.
Okay. Thank you.
May I have a minute just to acknowledge the team? They have worked diligently for the
I was
past
going to
4
ask
years.
you that.
Thank you.
You beat me
So
to it.
we have Dina Rogers, who is the coordinator of the program, along with 2 of our key partners, Communities in Schools and Public Consulting Group. Will you all please stand? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roberts, to you and your team, and for your focus on this very important task that we have with our Target 21 students. Next.
Our next presenter is David Jernigan, Deputy Superintendent, who will be providing an update on our school turnaround strategy.
Thank you, Dr. Karstarpin. And board members. Here we go. I will start first with an overview of our turnaround strategy, followed by an update on the latest evaluation of the turnaround strategy. I'll conclude the presentation today with a few recommendations for moving forward. So let's start with the overview, which was fully launched in the 2016-17 school year, and as you all know, has evolved quite a bit over time. While many have associated the turnaround strategy with just one component, the partnership school model, as you know, the strategy is much more comprehensive than that, and it has been inclusive of supports that are focused on leadership recruitment and development, teacher recruitment and professional development, academic support such as reading and math specialists, as well as non-academic supports, including a contract with Communities in Schools and additional FTEs for wraparound support services. While the full suite of turnaround supports was launched in the 16-17 school year, the partnership schools were phased in over a 4-year period as reflected in the timeline. And as I've shared with you several times, we worked very hard over the last 4 years to be responsive to the feedback we received along the way from our principals through this process, and we tried to pivot in real time based upon the early evaluation feedback we received from our external partners, evaluation partners at Mathematica. As a result, by year 3 of the program, our schools had increased levels of flexibility with the strategy, as we learned early on that too many restrictions around the implementation of the interventions were preventing schools from building coherent school improvement plans in which the turnaround interventions were naturally integrated into an overall strategy for the school. It's important to point out that this flexibility did not come without some guardrails to ensure that the investment and staffing decisions made by principals were consistent with the overall goals of the turnaround strategy. As you'll recall, when we originally launched the school turnaround strategy, we implemented a tier level of support focused on 3 clusters and based upon data that was originally aligned to the state's turnaround eligible list back when the Opportunity School District was being contemplated. As you know, the state designations have changed considerably since that time, and we now have the benefit of 4 years of additional data since we launched the strategy. This year, we're supporting 8 schools in the targeted tier and 8 schools through the intensive tier. This list of 16 schools is down from 20 schools that we supported in the 18-19 school year. Based upon our latest data for the 2021 school year, we will graduate Hollis Innovation Academy from the targeted tier to the intensive level of support, bringing our total number of targeted schools to 7. We're also graduating Hutchinson Elementary School from the intensive level of support to the all-school tier due to their latest improvement in data. We'll be adding 3 new schools to this list of support, bringing our total number of intensive schools to 11. As a reminder, last year we aligned our criteria for targeted level support to capture any schools that fall on the Governor's Office of Student Achievement's turnaround eligible schools list. Schools on this list comprise the bottom 5% of Georgia schools when ranked according to the 3-year CCRPI average. This list does not include alternative schools. It should be noted that we have included Harper Archer Elementary School in this list due to Fane Elementary School's designation prior to the merger. And similarly, we are proactively supporting John Lewis Invictus Academy with supports based upon the designation of Harper Archer Middle School. Schools that receive intensive level support fall into two categories. First, intensive support is being offered to schools that show signs that they may be in jeopardy of falling into the bottom of 5% of schools. Therefore, we're leveraging the state's Promise School criteria to identify schools that fall among 5 to 10% of schools when ranked according to 3-year CCRPI average. As you know, Cascade Elementary School, Toomer Elementary School, and Mays High School recently were identified for this list and will start receiving intensive support for the 2021 school year. The second category of intensive level schools are those schools that once received the targeted level of supports that have demonstrated gains that no longer put them in jeopardy of falling into the bottom 5%. Shifting these schools to the intensive tier allows for a gradual process to phase out supports over time, and the idea is to phase them out over 3 years while continuing to strengthen school culture and academic systems that will sustain the long-term achievement. Both targeted and intensive level schools receive funding in addition to their SSF allocations to support the implementation of school-based strategies intended to strengthen academic and non-academic systems fundamental for school turnaround. Targeted level schools receive funding in 3 buckets that include reading and math specialists, extended learning funds, and wraparound support. Schools that are transitioning out of targeted tier to the intensive tier receive an allocation with the flexibility to distribute those funds back to the buckets. The purpose is to strategically continue strategies implemented as a targeted tier school that will best situate them to continue momentum and sustain improvement. Funds can be aligned to any combination of buckets while adhering to the purpose outlined for each bucket. Next year, Hollis will receive $480,000 for this purpose, as they are in phase 1 of their phase out. Schools in year 2 of the phase out receive $290,000. Schools in the third and final year of the phasing out are projected to receive just over $100,000 next year. Usher Collier will be our first school in this category. Intensive tier schools that are new to turnaround and have never been targeted schools receive funds to expand wraparound supports to address barriers that impede academic success, which is the equivalent to the average salary of an additional wraparound FTE. With that summary of the strategy, let's turn next to an overview of the impact and the evaluation results from our partners at Mathematica. After 3 full years of implementation, we are seeing signs that our turnaround strategy is supporting schools in making gains. I'm pleased to share that all of our targeted and partnership schools have made academic gains since 2016 as measured by the percentage of students scoring proficient or above on the Georgia milestones. It is notable that some of our schools, including Hollis, Towns, and TAG, have even made double-digit gains since the strategy was first launched. CCRPI, another important indicator, also is showing signs of improvement. 9 of the targeted and partnership schools have increased their CCRPI percentile rank after 3 full years of implementation. While the newly redesigned CCRPI back in 2018 makes comparisons difficult, the percentile rank among Georgia schools allows us to continue making direct comparisons. As you can see, some of our schools have made dramatic improvement when compared to other schools across the state. We provide the 3-year average on this slide as we frequently find that our turnaround schools, and you can see this through the data, have huge swings in their CCRPI scores. So it's important to look at the scores over time. Based upon this data, there is reason to be optimistic about the improvement we are seeing in turnaround schools. The question we're attempting to answer with the Mathematica evaluation, however, which is what I'm going to share next, is how much of the improvement that we're seeing is specifically related to the turnaround investment. As you know, Mathematica recently completed its 3rd and final evaluation based upon data from 18-19. In addition to looking at the overall impact of the turnaround strategy on targeted support schools and partnership schools, the evaluation looked specifically at communities and schools and at the impact of student mobility on student outcomes. We've shared the report with key stakeholders and continue to unpack the recent findings from Mathematica. You've received the report and the summary, so I won't go into a ton of detail, but the summary of the findings are on the following slides. The headline is that while there are some promising signs with our turnaround strategy, most improvement that could be attributed to the turnaround interventions are not considered to be statistically significant. One exception to this is the significant improvement in mathematics with the Condesi partnership at Gideon's, although there is a cautionary note that these improvements appear to be at a cost to science and social studies where there were notable decreases. Mathematica did note some evidence of improvement in ELA and math in our targeted schools and in math and purpose-built schools, although those improvements were modest and not considered to be statistically significant. You may recall that last year's evaluation report raised questions about the impact of our partnership with communities and schools. But we were aware that we had made some trade-offs with the implementation by asking CIS to depart from their traditional caseload approach. So we asked Mathematica to take another look at this in year 3 after making some adjustments to our implementation. Unfortunately, Mathematica still found little evidence that communities and schools improved academic outcomes even after the change to the full-time staffing model, aside from potentially helping to reduce student mobility in the targeted schools. While the overall improvement was not considered to be statistically significant, Mathematica did note that some individual schools did benefit from the strategy. Because they were evaluating the impact of the turnaround interventions above and beyond what we were doing district-wide, it's harder to isolate the impact of the turnaround interventions at the individual school level with a level of confidence that allows us to conclude that it was because of the turnaround interventions that these schools improved. Having said that, there is reason to be optimistic that when the right enabling conditions are in place, including strong school leadership with a thoughtful talent and culture strategy, these turnaround supports and investments do appear to make a difference. Mathematica suggested that some of the unique challenges present in our turnaround schools, including staff turnover, student mobility, and the extent of student need, may require sustained efforts to begin to see impact. These conditions and these findings are not unique to APS, as it's difficult to find examples of turnaround efforts around the country that have had measurable impact at scale. While you can frequently find success stories at individual schools, district-level turnaround efforts are much more difficult to find. So what does this mean? What should we do with these findings as we move forward? Chairman Estevez asked the administration to give this some thought and for me to conclude my report today with some recommendations, which I'll now do. Let me start by saying that however we decide to proceed, I think it's critical to be very sensitive to how our schools have become dependent upon these supports. Our principals will tell you that they believe these investments are making a difference, and they'll frequently attribute the improvement they're seeing in their schools to these investments, even though the Mathematica study was unable to draw that same conclusion. Given this, I would not recommend a dramatic or knee-jerk reaction to these latest findings, as pulling out supports overnight could have a very negative impact. Moreover, I think it's important to keep in mind that schools are currently wrapping up their budgets for next year and have been working with an assumption that these supports would continue at least through next school year. Given this, we recommend using the 2021 school year as a reevaluation year as part of the new strategic plan. Given the significant investment we're making in our partnership school model, we recommend that part of the new resources we have set aside for evaluation purposes be earmarked to continue to monitor and evaluate the partnership school model. While these partnership contracts vary in length, we recommend adopting a formal review in year 5 of each partnership, similar to the charter school renewal process that happens every 5 years. While next year could be focused on defining the new turnaround approach, one initial idea that has emerged through collaboration with the schools and academics team and the data and information group is the possibility of adapting the strategy to have a more flexible, quote-unquote, application for turnaround support with a robust evaluation component. As I've shared, the more restricted targeted supports that we initially implemented with the turnaround strategy provided minimal flexibility, did not account for each school's unique context, and were often layered on top of other important school priorities. While increased flexibility was welcomed by schools and allowed for more intentional alignment to an overall school improvement strategy, without a commitment to implement specific interventions with fidelity, it was challenging to correlate the specific interventions with improved outcomes. So the idea is that the refined strategy could include an application for eligible schools to apply for funding from a menu of research-based interventions in exchange for agreeing to targeted coaching, aligned to the interventions, intentional monitoring, and a formal evaluation of the specific interventions. Obviously, a team would really need to think through and work on identifying the menu of options and how schools would be monitored and evaluated, but we're hopeful that this strikes the right balance between flexibility to account for the individual school context with the need to hold tight on implementation interventions that are going to be evaluated. With those recommendations, my report is concluded. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, David, for that. Questions from the board? Leslie, Isha, Candace. Leslie?
Sorry, I have a gimpy mic. Okay. First of all, the Mathematica, is it on the?
It is on the district website.
On the district website.
On the
Okay.
turnaround strategy page. You go to
Okay.
departments. You go to
Implementation study, impact study. Okay. Is there any evaluation of the evaluation? is this the right, I mean, I guess why is there such a differentiation between what Mathematica is saying and what our school-based leaders are saying?
Yeah, I think the thing to keep in mind about the Mathematica study is they're looking at those supports that are above and beyond what we're doing as a district, right? So while we have seen improvement in these turnaround schools, they're looking to see, was that improvement, can you attribute it to the turnaround investment specifically? Our principals have integrated these turnaround investments into their overall strategy over time. So it feels like part of a coherent strategy for them, which it didn't feel like initially. It felt like it was being layered on top with the lack of flexibility we had with it. So now I think our principals, if you were to ask any of them, and in fact it came out in the report, I think multiple principals mentioned their fear about this support being pulled away over time because they have naturally integrated. Now I think the question that this evaluation raises for us is it enough? The reading specialist, for example, that you might earn through the turnaround strategy allows you to serve maybe 30 kids. But if you're working in a school where you have 200-300 kids that are at below proficient at a beginner level, there's a significant need. And so I think overall our principals would say that they're seeing value in it, but it does raise a question about, is the investment enough?
Well, and is it the right investment, I think, is more the, maybe more the question. Are they going to, I apologize, I've not read that report yet. Do they come up with recommendations about, I know there's a fidelity of implementation piece here, about what, last bullet point, apply for funding from a menu of research-based interventions. Like, what are those? What have we been using for the last 5 years? How does that differ from what anybody would, who puts that menu together?
Yeah. That's where I think there's going to need to be some time spent going back out to the research. So when we did this initial strategy, it was based on the latest research available at the time. So you may recall high-impact tutoring was one of the things that we originally ran with. We basically pushed that onto every school and said, we're going to ask you to do this high-impact tutoring in the way that we've identified it to be done. That would be an example of something that while it had some research to back it, the implementation was very challenging. The idea might be maybe that's on the menu, but we would say to schools, if you want to do this, here's the level of investment we'd be willing to make in it, but you have to implement it in this way in order for us to evaluate it. So one of the things we struggled with a lot in the evaluation of specific interventions was the tracking of individual kids to those interventions. Mm-hmm. So when you roll out a reading specialist in a school, and I think I've shared this with you the last time I reported on this, a school is naturally going to pull that person when they need them to do something that is related to coaching another teacher up in reading that isn't necessarily about serving those 30 kids. So we would have to be more, I think, more specific in what the expectations would be if you're going to get those funds. And the schools in this case would have to choose to opt into certain interventions. That's at least the idea that we're putting on the table for consideration. And we would need to go back out to research and see what are the latest things that we're seeing are successful in schools in a turnaround context.
Bullet point 2 on 26. So the request there is that the district commit to resources needed to continue monitoring and evaluating partnership schools with a formal review every 5 years. Is this, and I guess who and what does that look like? And should this not be something that we do of every single school, not just our partnership school? I mean, should this evaluation of inputs not be, is there not a formal process for that to happen at every single school?
Well, we certainly do ongoing, data reviews of all of our schools. Mm-hmm. I think what we're contemplating here is that the board set dollars aside this year, specifically focused on evaluation. We have been, over time, building the plan for that. So the idea would be that going into next year, part of those resources that are set aside to do additional evaluation and impact analysis be targeted towards our partnership schools. Because what happens after this year, we've been blessed with a grant to do this evaluation for the past 3 years with Mathematica. Those dollars go away. So we have no formal evaluation process in place. And so the recommendation is that because of the extent of these contracts and the public review of those, we think there's a need for an additional layer of analysis and review of the impact of the partnership school model specifically as part of what we would recommend to be a 5-year review process.
Do you want to move on to another one?
Candace?
Thank you. My mic was not on. I apologize. I thought it was on. Thank you. Piggybacking off of the questions that Leslie was asking, I have, I think, two questions. The first is, so we saw that there was data showing improvements in all of these schools on one of the slides that you showed. And then we, of course, discussed the disheartening news from the Mathematica report that there's not really significant statistical way to connect those improvements to work that has been done as a result of the turnaround plan. Do we have an idea as to what we can attribute those improvements to? Is my first question.
Yeah, so the way that I think about this, and I use this analogy with my team all the time, or this metaphor with my team, I think of it as like a cake. You have the cake that has to have the basics in place of strong leadership, a strong talent strategy, recruiting, developing, retaining teachers in your school, with a culture strategy of setting high expectations for kids and staff, coupled with our academic system strategy, which has been a key lever for us. And as a reminder, we talked a lot about this for the last couple of years. Those 4 levers are making sure we have the curricular resources with instructional planning in place in our schools, with instructional coaching happening, with a data-driven instruction approach, with professional learning to undergird it. That's the cake. The rest of these interventions we're talking about is really just icing on top of that. And so I think one of the things that we've learned over time from this is that you have to have a cake right before you start layering on the icing. When we first started with the strategy, it was, as I mentioned before, it was getting layered on top. And so we really stepped back and tried to make sure it was much better integrated together. But what I would say is that to the extent that we've seen improvement in the district, I think it has to do with all those things I mentioned in the cake. We've done a lot to retain our best leaders. We've done a lot around our talent strategy. Our academic systems work with the right curricular resources, I think, are beginning to gain traction. All the work we've done around culture and engagement, I think all those things are leading to the district-wide improvement. The question now is like, what's the right icing to support a turnaround school that really needs an extra lift above and beyond the cake?
Great. So if we have the cake, why do we need a reevaluation year if we know what elements go into baking this cake and that the icing doesn't taste good?
Well, I think the reevaluation here is about what icing would taste good.
And how would that be different than this Mathematica study that we just did?
Right. So I think the idea is that you would go back out and consider all the universe of options of interventions that might be effective in a turnaround school. And so you perhaps are widening the menu of options for schools and how they could use investments to give them a lift in their school. And it could be a much larger range of options for them. What I like about doing that is it allows them to do it more naturally integrated to their priorities for their school. So if they've identified reading is the thing that they've got to hone in on, which is not unique in any of our turnaround contexts, they may come with a strategy that is really going deep in, say, a reading recovery strategy that requires a significant investment. And they might say, I'm going to leave all those other things you used to give me aside so that I can really hone in on this one thing and do it really well in my school. That's the kind of thinking we need our leaders, we want to invite our leaders to do, and then think about how we could support that with quote-unquote grant dollars that would be added to that with research-based interventions.
So is it your recommendation and your thought here that this reevaluation year, I guess I'm curious what a reevaluation year means, and then, and does it mean that the reevaluation at the end of the year will have a large menu that we've now know are effective tools to enhance this cake, or is it that at the end of the reevaluation year, what are we expecting to know at the end of 2021 as a result of this reevaluation year that we don't know sitting here right now today?
I think first of all, you'd have to decide, is that even the strategy you want to use? So that we just put one idea on the table of doing a sort of grant application process with a commitment to evaluate the individual interventions. You may decide over time, as you sort of look at the investment and the evaluation data, that you want to discontinue it. And so maybe the reevaluation plan becomes a phase out of the supports over time. I think there's a range of things that you could consider do. You may consider you want to double down on this because we weren't making enough of an investment, and the research supports what we're doing. You just need more of it in higher doses. I think there needs to be, you're at a point now with this evaluation that clearly the icing we're applying for the turnaround of interventions is not enough, or it wasn't implemented in a way that's going to get us a significant lift above and beyond what we're doing district-wide. And so at a minimum, I think we need to all take a step back and look at it and reevaluate what, in the transition period ahead, what the next phase should be. I think the reason for hitting pause, just to be clear, is that, and this is what I led with, I would really caution against changing something significantly right now, because our schools are already kind of depending upon these supports for next year. And I think any kind of quick decision might change what they are banking on and already at a place of hiring for next year and budgeting for next year. It feels too late. We just got this evaluation report literally Friday. It feels too late to make a knee-jerk decision about next year, which is why we're recommending using next year to do that.
And that makes sense. My only final question here, and sorry for taking this time, is do we have concerns, though, that to the extent that there are negative impacts from some of these strategies, for example, the example that you showed us, which is a focus on one area, may have shown resulted in a decrease in another area. So there is, so I'll say there is a concern from my behalf from that data. And so part of this is, maybe we do need to have a reaction. It's not just, it doesn't hurt to have it, but the idea is we have this, and it's not really helping, but, how can it hurt? But it kind of is hurting potentially in some areas. And so are there things that we can do now to respond to that data?
Yeah, and to be clear, I think there are just a couple of examples like that in the evaluation. And in those cases, we have already had conversations with the partner in that case about the concerns about their scheduling. I will say that to the extent that we would have a review process for interventions that schools would be applying for, that would be part of the process of understanding how does this fit into your overall priorities? How do we make sure you're not sacrificing other things in order to implement this intervention? But to the extent that we have seen things right now that are having a negative impact, that we've already started, working on.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Just pausing a little bit because I was still absorbing the conversation that just happened. Because I do think, just looking at it, now having more of an understanding and background of the reevaluation year, I think it is necessary just by looking at the methodology. I was trying to read a little bit of it and this matrix completion piece of how they formulated.
It's complex.
Yeah, and I was just curious about, why didn't, looking at, instead of making these predictions based on previous data, why making the predictions based on this matrix formula, why they didn't look at our progress before then. Because I think to the point, I think the emphasis of this reevaluation year, I am interested to see if it in fact created more of a sense of dependency versus dependency on the resources than actual impact. And I know that's kind of maybe unclear a little bit. I think just reading this is kind of, I want a little bit more, right? Besides, I'm looking more, I think for me, I was looking for a even balance of qualitative and quantitative. And I think for this is just so quantitative for me that when you layer it with the conversation like to Leslie's point that we are hearing on the school level, it's more so about the investment. You'll read this and you'll think, okay, was the investment of dollars worth it? And I would say absolutely. When you have school leaders and you're seeing what some of the growth that we've been able to do I think my question was in fact answered, but with the dialogue that just happened with the purpose of the reevaluation year. But also, I don't want this to be construed as if we were just spinning wheels and wasting our time for something I really think have pushed schools to, really push schools to do some good, good work.
Yeah, I agree, and I think if anyone takes the time to really study how they do this analysis, as Ishay said, it's a matrix completion methodology that is a predictive approach where you're looking at historical data from going back to the 2011-12 school year and looking at it through the 18-19 school year, but they're including all schools in the district and trying to predict where all schools would be going within a confidence interval. And then the idea is that you would need to see a turnaround school go outside that confidence interval in order to be able to say that the turnaround interventions were impactful. One of the things I learned in reading the report is that how they define statistically significant matters.
Yeah.
So we saw one example of a school, and I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was purpose-built, where they had, they call it a small impact in math of 0.08 standard deviations, which is roughly equivalent to 1 month of additional learning, but they consider that to not be statistically significant. And so I do think understanding the terminology of what they're defining statistically significant matters in this context of when you're making these kinds of decisions.
Yeah, I think I thank you for that, because I think that kind of sums up my point in regards to just understanding the methodology and like the predictions and what actually went into all of the predictions just based on numbers when you do have like this balance of qualitative and quantitative that I think is missing here. Not down in the report at all. I just am like, would like to see a little bit more. So I think the reevaluation year is going to be key for us to really see.
Thanks, Jason. Mr. Jernigan, thank you for the report. I just wanted to add to the menu, if I could. I'm a big fan of Orton Gillingham, and I really do believe that if we could do a scaffolded approach in OG K-3, it's going to look different in every school, kind of given what you've said and how they take ownership of it. But I really do think that training our teachers and teaching our children how to read is going to be a game changer, and not necessarily having that one specialist there, but using that $100,000 to spread out the training and a real deep training for teachers so that they understand how to utilize those Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports literally in Tier 1.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that point. And one thing that I was thinking about over the weekend and preparing for this, we have spent a lot of money and time over the last couple of years, both with OG training as well as the rollout of new curricular resources. So this year, you'll recall that we have new curricular resources that I think are far better than what we've had in the past in the areas of ELA. And unfortunately, those things are rigorous, and they're going to take time to implement with fidelity. And in fact, I would caution that oftentimes when you take those kinds of curricular resources on, you may even see a dip in your first year of implementation. But I think there's a long-term strategy here that all of what you just described gets integrated into that overall literacy strategy, which we've spent a lot of time rolling out. And I'm optimistic that over time, if you stay the course on those things, you'll begin to see impact.
So thanks, everyone. My observation, because I know there are questions about all this, I see it a couple ways. One, you can't measure the impact that our investments make in 3 years, particularly when we have adjusted strategy over the course of those 3 years. That's the first point. Two, the second point is you can't expect there to be a significant impact in 3 years when you have decades of generational poverty and hundreds of years of systemic inequities that have been built into these or impacted these communities. And when you look at where these communities are, they are in the most impacted neighborhoods and communities from inequities, from intergenerational poverty, from racism. And all of those are connected. So to me, what this says is, yes, we should be thinking about a how we are investing and what are we investing in, and we should certainly be evaluating those. But I think it also says that tells me in order to really eradicate the poverty, the impact that poverty has on our communities, it has to be a sustained effort. And constantly switching back and forth, well, let's try this, let's try that, let's try this every couple of years isn't gonna do it. I think what's more likely to do it is looking, is being thoughtful about the plan and giving each school the flexibility they need to execute on that plan. And I think that's part of when we talk about individual schools, we saw improvements in individual schools. I think that lends itself to the fact that when you have individual school leaders, individual schools driving resources towards interventions and strategies that are catered to that school, it has an impact, and then we have to look at the long-term viability of that. So
Yeah. Thank you for mentioning those 4 schools. You okay? We all get a little choked up on turnaround.
Oh my gosh, please. That is so juicy. Does anybody have any? I see something over there.
intergenerational poverty.
Yes. Get you choked up. As you take some water, I do want to take this time to acknowledge what you mentioned about those 4 schools. I think if you look at the study, you'll see the 4 schools identified, and they probably won't surprise you. So it was Barack and Michelle Obama Academy, Hollis Innovation Academy, Towns Elementary School, and Usher Collier Elementary School. And if you spent time in any of those schools, you know that they are led by outstanding leaders who have been incredibly thoughtful about their talent strategy, their culture strategy, and they have retained staff over time so that they have been able to take these extra dollars and integrate them naturally into their school's priorities. And to me, there's a lot to be learned from how they have done that and seen significant outcomes as a result of those interventions, which I agree with Jason's larger point. I would be cautious about concluding, well, this means we should stop doing this. I agree that we should explore how what has worked, and how do we continue more of that. The final thing I just want to say in response to your comment, Jason, is we have been really careful about not shifting strategy. So I don't want the public to walk away from this thinking that every year we change strategy. It was a pretty consistent strategy over time. We were responsive, and the whole point of doing the evaluation was to be able to respond in real time to what the data was telling us. And so we did have slight refinement of the strategy each year in response to the feedback coming from our schools and from the Mathematica report. But I think the overall strategy was relatively consistent over time.
And just to clarify, I didn't mean that we were shifting strategies. I meant overall, we complain, we tell this to the legislature, Erica does, that just leave us alone and just let us do our work.
Yeah.
So that's what I meant.
Gotcha.
Historically, over time, school systems try to change
flavor of the
strategies
month.
often.
Yeah.
And we just need to let our employees work. But I think one thing you said needs to be highlighted again. It's the 4 schools where we saw change, or significant impact. Hollis, BAMO, Towns,
And Usher Collier.
and Usher Collier. Like, those are traditional schools where we have given those principals more flexibility, more autonomy. You have a great leader at each school. You have an empowered leader. You have resources. You have great staff invested in the mission, in the work that those schools are doing, and you give them the space to work.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's easier said than done.
Yeah.
You could say that in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Doing that takes time.
It's not easy at all.
But I think we're seeing that difficulty, that challenge, play out in our partnership schools because they're facing very challenging circumstances as well. And I just hope we all take lessons from this. And I know it's easy to focus on the Mathematica study, but we're talking about 3 years of work that is incredibly hard. And I think that we need to raise, elevate, and learn from, which is part of what Angela's presentation will be next. We need to learn from the schools that are doing well and see what we can do to see those strategies happen in other schools. And we heard what the 4 schools were.
Yeah.
Is everybody finished? Yeah, so I would just say, like, the next part of our work is around looking at, as David said, the next round of research. And we've been working with this with the superintendent's equity work team. We've gone over the most recent research. I've shared some of these things, through, other stakeholder groups. But pretty much, I mean, the consistent message out of the research is that poverty is the greatest hurdle to overcome. Intergenerational poverty in Atlanta is the worst in the country, the most unequal city for income mobility, or in other words, the greatest income inequality as a city. And the Brandeis study recently shared, I think it was January it came out, talked about how even with the best schools that have worked to turn around or provided better quality experiences for kids, that the neighborhoods where kids are growing up and living generation after generation or for their entire schooling has more impact on them than school now. So the original rule of thumb was, a quality public education could be a great equalizer. Research is saying that given the way poverty is working in America and the systemic, the systemic racism, the continued practices of inequity continue to push on a school's ability to be able to do this work alone. And so, again, as a reminder, we built the database that is now available to the public about race, poverty, and academic achievement. We will be reaching out to our families about additional wraparound services, allowing them to self-report to us, which is different to things like, and we love them, like Vision to Learn, but those are programs and designs that people have, and we bring them to school, which is one element of what we do, but trying to triangulate for ourselves what is it that APS families in high poverty, in intergenerational poverty really need, and to be able to work with partners to provide those resources to support schools. So that's a whole nother charge that I think we have to look at for the future. That is not just in Atlanta Public Schools, but is across the country. So you'll never see the kind of healthy acceleration of the closing of the achievement gap, and you won't see complete closure without having those conversations. And some of it is based in race and bias and things of that sort, and a lot of other things are in there about the systemic issues around housing, transportation, food deserts, and other needs that our families have that schools simply cannot provide, and legally we cannot use either our general fund or SPLOST dollars for. So it will require a different kind of special revenue and different partners and resources to make that happen. And so we're working on that as well, as we talked about in our Budget Commission meeting the last time.
Can I say one last thing? Because I know I'm going to hear people say that that I was insinuating that poverty stops, people in poverty can't learn, or people in poverty are somehow inhibited and it's impossible for them to get to where they want to go. I want to clarify, because I've also heard from people that, well, you know, I graduated from Douglas, and back then we had people from the projects and people from the neighborhood, and it was, you know, we all learned. I think we have to put that in context with how the United States has changed and supported our communities, not only from a governmental perspective, but also a social perspective. Poverty today is very different than poverty 30, 40, 50 years ago, even 20 years ago. We're talking about our communities having less in terms of a social fabric, in terms of social support. We have less funding from federal, state, local government on basic services like food, shelter, health care, mental health services than we had when those projects existed, even here in Atlanta. So I think when you hear some of us say that, you have to put it in context, because the poverty has evolved. The people impacted by it have not. And because of that, we have to look at how that poverty has changed and make sure that we're addressing the needs. Unfortunately, as Dr. Christopherson said, schools are leaned on, teachers, principals are leaned on to address those needs, where 30 years ago they were not. And oftentimes we have our hands tied in doing that work. So I think that's going to take more partnership, more collaboration between the community, APS, but also other governments and nonprofits to ensure that we're filling in those gaps that did not necessarily exist socially or from a governmental perspective a decade and more ago. Thank you.
Thanks. Angela King-Smith will do the presentation on the update of the strategic plan for 2020 through 2025. As a reminder, the board in its legislative meeting will do the final reading of the strategic plan. It's on discussion and action for the agenda later this evening. And I have every confidence that Angela will be able to field your questions and answer those questions. I have to excuse myself to run to the conference to make sure I kick off the evening event, and then I will be back in time for the community meeting. So thank you, and Angela, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Christopherson. Good afternoon, Board Chair Estevez, Vice Chair Collins, and the members of the Board of Education. Tonight, I'm presenting the updated 2020-2025 strategic plan. As many of you know, this process began in August of 2019. Since that time, we've had a lot of engagement, not only with the community, but with you. There have been 7 strategic plan work sessions, 3 board retreats, as well as 13 community sessions, along with 2 surveys. So tonight, you're seeing the culmination of the engagement of the Board of Education, along with the community. And since we presented last time, you're going to see the updated plan that was revised based off of feedback following last month's board meeting. We reviewed the comments from the board as well as from the public through our community survey, and you'll see the updates included in the document that you see in front of you. One of the comments that we received and feedback that we heard is that the equity section needed to align with the board policy, that more language needed to be included. And so in this version, you'll see at the top of the equity page, you'll actually see the language lifted directly from the board policy. to make sure that the definition really describes the work of this board as well as the board policy that was adopted earlier. Also, you asked for additional work to be done in terms of the alignment of the overall strategic plan. So I'm going to go back to the beginning to show you how we did make those edits so that the plan would be aligned. There were no significant changes on these pages. We did make some text edits, suggested edits, and grammar changes. We pulled the profile of the graduate closer to our foundation, which includes our mission, vision, as well as the guiding principles and our core values. And so you see on the adjacent page the profile of the graduate. We condensed into one page the information about APS so that we could align it to the information around looking ahead, which was also focused on some numbers to present context as to where we are as a district and how that aligns with the strategic plan moving forward. And then, as I mentioned, the equity section, we made sure that the board policy was incorporated into the language that was shared on this page. And then on the equity commitments, we received feedback that some of the equity commitments probably needed to be kind of realigned. So they're rearranged on this page, but they're all the same. The theory of action, there were no changes to this page or to the strategic goal page. We did kind of add the additional language around the realignment of the following pages so that the reader will understand what they're seeing on the following pages. And then this is probably the biggest change since we saw the plan last. You asked for a one-page view so that you could see all of the core elements of the strategic plan in one page. So we highlighted it by color, each of the major strategic priorities for 2020 to 2025. And then the following pages show the details. And so on this page, you can see the one-page view of the strategic plan. This has the priorities, it has the objectives, it has the strategic goals, along with the mission and vision. And so this is the one-page view that you requested. And then on the following pages, you can see the details for the work streams aligned to the objectives, which are aligned to the priorities. And so you see that, and again, it's color-coded so that you see priorities 1, we are fostering academic excellence for all. And then in the orange, we're building a culture of student support. 3, we're uniting to invest in student success. 3, and we are equipping and empowering leaders and staff. That is the significant changes that have been made based off of the feedback that we heard last time, along with suggested edits and grammar changes that we've made throughout the report to provide a complete plan. What we heard in terms of from the community, I'm going to go back to the beginning. What we heard through the feedback that we heard through our survey was consistent with what we've heard through the process, is that the plan is well organized, there's a clear purpose, goals, objectives, there's a focus on equity, there's a focus on whole child, a focus on a whole child, and then it also is targeted on schools. The areas of concern or the areas of feedback that we've received, and this again has been consistent throughout, is talking about accountability and what that will look like specifically for underperforming schools. There were questions regarding that the goals are broad, and right now that they don't have targets. And as we discussed, those goals and targets will be finalized in the near future as you all make decisions regarding leadership. Our work moving forward is to operationalize the plan as a school district. We understand that the next phase will include detailed action plans, clear measures and targets in partnership with new leadership for the next 5 years. Right now, leaders are working to outline the first year of this plan as they work through their budget and determine what can be done in this upcoming year aligned to the new strategic plan. Some of these items, the work has begun already. The other feedback that we have gotten is around the work of equity. And there will be a detailed equity plan that will define our work around the topic of equity. And that is forthcoming, but is highlighted in the equity commitments as an initial start for our work around equity. At this time, this concludes my presentation. I'll take any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much, Angela. Questions from the board? Leslie, Michelle, Cynthia?
I know you don't want to. I just, timing, order of things or whatnot, just after the last presentation, on slide 10, in our theory of action, the then we thing is giving me heartburn that it's not a little more aggressive. I really appreciate the layman.
Wait, what does that mean?
I'm working on it.
Okay.
I like the layman's sort of language at the bottom of these things. I think that's important for me. Not supposed to need the layman's language, but I do. But if my school does not improve over time, district leadership will engage communities to make decisions in the best interest of students. And this feels very sort of long-termy. It just doesn't feel actionable enough. And I, again, want to make sure that there is a continual understanding about what's happening and what's making differences and what needs to change in order for new poverty to not be keeping everybody where they are. And I just wish that, that we could have gotten a little clearer about what this is going to be, what this sort of more immediate, more direct intervention piece is going to be. I love hearing about 4 great principles and why are we not, sticking them each with 500 more kids? So if we can consider putting a little more oomph to that, it would be very much appreciated. And I do want to say here that I know there's some heartburn with a couple people who've emailed about not moving forward with this piece. This piece is sort of an umbrella. The process of this board setting goals and having a process through which we do that and monitor those goals is something that we need to hold true to. That student outcomes focused governance framework, if that is something we're going to commit to and do, I just want to make the public aware of that, what that is, that will be the actionable piece of this plan. And if we can maybe have a little bit of a discussion about that now, and if we, how this plan gets actionized or gets done is not through this piece of paper. It's through the goals and the monitoring of those goals that we set every year.
She's usually a little bit longer than that. I just wanted to make sure that you got my email, which is the simple request on the changing the wording. I read the plan over the weekend, and I really do want to commend you and your team and everyone else who was helping you put this together, because you got a lot of feedback last month from the board on, and I just think you really just put it all together beautifully, and I just want to thank you for that. I really enjoyed reading it. I even think it was Saturday night I was reading it. I mean, I really enjoyed reading through it, and I really appreciate all the time and effort that you've put into the strategic plan. And I think, in my perspective, leaving it broad and onboarding our new superintendent to get more definitive on how we're going to make things, how these frameworks are going to come into play, is exactly what I was expecting. So I really do appreciate allowing me to give you feedback and allowing the board to give you feedback, and really being thoughtful with respect to how to make the strategic plan present well for this transition. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Cynthia?
I want to second everything Michelle just said. I really feel like this is a big improvement over what we saw last month. It's more coherent, it's more cohesive, it's easier to understand. It's, while not specific, because a strategic plan is, as Michelle correctly pointed out, we build down from there. It gives us those guideposts, and it says, you use the language, I've just got to quote this because I just thought it was wonderful. When you're explaining what a strategic plan is, you talk about it's a roadmap for an organization. It shows where everyone is starting, where they're headed, and all the possible pathways to get there. A good strategic plan keeps us aligned and focused, even if different schools take different paths. And I would even say, even if different circumstances lead us down different paths. So I really think that encapsulates exactly what we're trying to do here, and I think it does that. One totally nitpicky little thing on it's the one about, hold on, where'd it go? I had it, and then I moved it so I could find the quote I wanted to read. There it is, slide 6. On the right-hand column where we're talking about the cluster model, because we have schools which have worked so hard or are working so hard to become STEAM certified.
Oh, yes.
Can we include
Sure.
STEAM over there?
Sure.
Just because I really think that's where STEM
Yes.
is headed in many of our schools, and I want us to be able to acknowledge that.
Sure.
But I really do. I feel like this really is on point and really captures our vision for what we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was not as nitpicky as I thought it was going to be. That was actually... Uh-oh, Candace, go ahead.
Actually, I will, sorry, were you?
Yes.
Okay. I will be very brief because I have to step out for a few moments, but thank you for this. I appreciate the tightening up, the color coding, that alignment. I would suggest that if we are referencing the strategic plan within here, instead of referencing it as, just consistently referencing it as the 2020 to 2025 strategic plan, instead of, for example, the new strategic plan, which is, at least in one instance here. And I actually have a different view than maybe some of the comments that my colleagues have just made about how specific we should get on certain elements of the plan, including what we should do with chronic underperforming schools, which we can talk about later this evening if you all don't mind, but I do want to flag that now before I step out. But I really appreciate this tightened up version. Thank you.
Any other comments? Rita?
I want to add that I do appreciate all the work and time and efforts, as well as how this has evolved. I think that directionally we're there, and being new to this and this process, I think it's just going to be very important that this truly is the document. So budgeting and everything that we do that falls out of this keeps in mind, where we're going. I do have some concerns about accountability, and specifically with our chronically failing schools. I don't have an answer, but I also do know that we do want to leave some flexibility in terms of how we get there. So we've set a destination in terms of where we want to go, but we do need more time and input, of course, in terms of how we get there. But the things that I'm going to be really, really looking at is what are we doing with our chronically failing schools, and how are we addressing equity across the board.
Comments, questions? Thank you. I think that what you're hearing is some of the philosophical differences that are inherent in the board and how we approach these things. But one thing that excites me about this plan is that it brings it all together, even though there are people who thought that would not be possible. I do think that the balance with this plan and with this work, it's not even the plan, it's the work, is that as a board, when we talk about accountability, that lies with the board. I mean, we as a board have to do that work and need to continue to do it better and improve on it and hold ourselves and the superintendent accountable to executing on this plan. I think the reason it's hard to say it, whether it's Leslie's comment or anybody else's comment, the reason it's hard to strengthen it is because strengthening it would mean making it potentially a work stream or an actual plan, and plan that you implement versus a strategic plan. And we need to rely on our experts to make sure that we have the information to inform that plan. And for us to do that in a strategic plan would be incredibly difficult. Now, I do think that there are some significant commitments that we make in here regarding school improvement, regarding equity. I mean, page 9 and equity commitments, I think, is incredibly strong. And I think the plan does go in more detail than we did the first strategic plan. Now, Angela, you're an expert, so I'll defer to you on this, but I think that in terms of being more clear-eyed with what's important to us as a district, I think this plan definitely does that. And I think will provide a great blueprint for the future and moving forward. So in terms of increasing accountability, having more accountability, I agree. We need to do that, but that lies with the board, and we just need to make sure that we're following through and executing on that, and the community holding us accountable if we don't hold ourselves accountable. The other piece, Leslie, to your comment about goals and evaluation, I think that, yes, we've talked about that not in depth before, but I'm on the same page with you. I think that we will need a way to measure and to hold ourselves in the district accountable for this work, and a governance framework that is based on student outcomes is one that I'm committed to, and one that I think the board will be talking about in the near future. So I think we need to continue to have those conversations and to develop it. Again, the balance is developing it too soon prior to having the superintendent who will have to implement and work with that framework. But we'll do some pre-work. We'll do some work before that, including we talked about having a retreat to talk about what the framework, what a student outcome focused framework actually is. And we've also committed as a board to going to the Harvard training in July on governance. So that we're committed on that front, and I agree with you that that work is going to be important, pivotal to ensuring that as a district we're executing on this plan. Overall, though, Angela, thank you so much for you and your team's work. I know we acknowledge your team every time they're here, but they take so much from so much info from everyone that we are truly appreciative of the work they've done to put this all together. I love the way it has been reorganized and how y'all have tried your hardest to incorporate different viewpoints. And I think I really want to make clear that this is not only the board's viewpoint, this incorporates parents, staff, this different stakeholders.
Yes.
It's not like we were coming in here and, changing entire pages. This was a group effort, and group meaning bigger than the 9 of us up here.
Yes.
And your staff and you spearheaded that effort, and we are greatly appreciative of that.
Thank you.
So,
That's
thank
why I
you.
wanted to mention the 13 community meetings that we've had in the community, as well as the countless people that provided feedback via email, Let's Talk, the surveys, and really trying to put it together in a holistic document that represents the vision. So
Awesome.
thank you.
Thank you. Lisa?
Yes, sir. Ready? Good afternoon, Board Chair Estevez, members of the board. Today I'll be presenting 4 topics related to finance. First, I'll be providing you with the financials for FY 2020 for all activities occurring in the months of July through January with the Consolidated General Fund. I will then discuss the need for some budget adjustments for FY 2020. I'll move forward to FY 21 with the budget primer. And finally, I'll provide an update for the FY 21 budget development process thus far and outline the next steps that we'll be taking. With the next 4 slides, we'll cover the FY 2020 financials for the first 7 months of the fiscal year. The financial position continues to be strong. So far, we have collected about 81.23% of the total resources budgeted for local collections. Budgeted resources. Local collections are at 95.11%, state at 44.42%, and other, which includes the Fund 150 Title I transfer in, at 47.89%. We're currently tracking ahead of pace for revenue collections in all areas as compared to this point last year. Last year by February, we had collected a total of 77.39% of total revenue. This year, we're already at 81.23%. We will continue to monitor the pace of collections throughout the year. On slide 5, we see the budget to actual expenditures so far for FY 2020. We have currently spent 52.65% of budgeted allotments, and spending in all functions is appropriate for this point in the fiscal year. Slide 6 represents the current spending trend for FY 20 against the 19 trend. While there are some fluctuations function by function, the overall spend is on pace with and slightly lagging the previous year's spend. We continue to monitor transportation, which as a function overspent last year and is on pace to overspend again this year. Please remember the timing of large expenditures from one month to the next can greatly impact the percentage spend against the previous year. Detailed financials can be found in agenda item 11.04. I'm bringing 3 budget adjustments for the general fund and 2 special revenue budget adjustments in excess of $1 million to you today for approval. The first represents an increase to the transfer amount from Title I to the general fund for the consolidation of funds in the amount of $1,876,743. The next 2 represent increases to both revenue and expenditures for state-funded grants. The first is an increase of $129,389 for a student achievement grant for Young Middle School and Scott Elementary. The last is an increase of $13,896 for state-funded pre-K. I'm also requesting to increase special revenue for carryover in the amount of $1,266,154 for Title I and $1,404,644 for Title II. Details for these adjustments can be found in Agenda Item 8.01. Agenda Item 11.06 includes the detailed information report for special revenue adjustments less than $1 million that have occurred in February. At this time, I'll move forward to FY 2020 for the budget development process and introduce our FY 21 budget primer. A budget primer sets the stage and provides context to the public for the development assumptions and impacting factors of the budget process. The primer includes an overview of APS, including highlights of the year so far, discusses innovations and resource allocation, and provides an overview of the district's strategic plan. It also presents the most impactful FY 2021 budget drivers, and finally, it outlines the budget process and discusses the APS BFAC and Budget Commission FY 21 budget development calendar and provides an overview of the current 2020 budget. In particular, the primer discusses the district's school funding model, Student Success Funding, or SSF, the consolidations of funds under innovations and resource allocation. We also discuss efforts undertaken to ensure APS has access to as much local revenue derived by our tax millage as possible. Under budget drivers, the primer includes the budget, the board approved FY 2021 guiding principles and budget parameters, strategic priorities, and mandatory cost, including the annual 3% increase towards our share of the city pension and impacts of compensation models and TRS changes, and provides an overview of the national, state, and local economic context. The budget primer can be found in agenda item 11.05 as well as on the APS budget website. The next 4 slides will provide an overview of the FY 2021 budget development process so far and highlight our next steps. Slide 10 outlines the process we have undertaken to develop the most significant portion of our general fund budget, the school allotments. Schools received their FY 21 allotments on January 13th, and then we spent a full day with principals and school-based budget managers in a work session format on January 14th. I want to thank everyone who came out to support that process and make it so successful for our principals. Principals presented their budget ideas to Go Teams in late January and continued to work on their final budget proposal through this past week when academic and staffing conferences were held and budgets were locked. The final step in this process will be final Go Team approval later this month. There may be need for a second opening of school budgets in May should there be any substantial change to school enrollment projections, programming, or revenue. If changes are needed to school allotments, that process will be tightly managed through our Budget Services Department. Slide 11 walks through the Central Office Department budget request. This process looks a bit different than it has in past years. We have asked that departments build a line item detailed budget outlining their request and aligning those requests with budget parameters or strategic priorities wherever possible. I want to thank the department budget managers who've really invested a lot of time and work and effort in building out detailed budgets through this process. We closed those budgets on February 24th. Our budget office is now reviewing those requests, really combing through those, and creating decision packages that will be discussed over the next few weeks with senior cabinet. Now that both the school and department budgets are developed, we can build the consolidated general fund budget request, compare that to the proposed forecasted revenue, and begin the inevitable gap closure conversations. We will be presenting to BFAC the current state of the FY 2021 budget on March 19th. We will be having the first gap closure conversations with the board at the Budget Commission meeting on March 27th. We will continue the gap closure and resource prioritization conversations into April and at the April 16th Budget Commission meeting, as well as present the budget request for all non-general fund budgets, including school nutrition, SPLOST, and special revenue. Finally, the tentative budget will be presented for adoption on Monday, May 4th, which then kicks off the regional meeting in May, where we take the budget proposal on a roadshow across the district to gather any additional feedback before presenting to the board the final FY 2021 budget for adoption on June 1st. As usual, the millage process tends to lag the budget development process, and we begin having those conversations sometime over the summer. That concludes my presentation, and I am available for any questions you may have at this time.
Great. Thank you so much. Any questions from the board? Boo. All right.
I'll
Guess
take
you're
it.
done.
I'm fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Erica?
Good afternoon, Board Chair Estevez and Board. It's my pleasure to present to you today on the 2020 census. This is the year, of course, for the decennial every 10-year census of the United States population. And we have been working as a district for the past several months with government officials and agencies on the federal, state, county, and city level to help do our part to make sure there is an accurate and complete count of our communities during this census process. Our role as a district, that's something strange. Our role as a district is mostly with respect to communications and outreach. We, of course, cannot expend school district funds on anything except education, but that does allow us the flexibility to let parents and families and stakeholders know the importance of filling out their census forms. As we've been working, first starting with the Federal Census Bureau way back in August when we allowed them into the Back to School Bash, where they were able to interact with the thousands of families who participated in that event, to this board actually passing a Council of Great City Schools drafted resolution in support of the census, to working with state, county, and city officials. As an organization, we are the people who are closest to the ground, and we are one of the community partners that stakeholders trust the most to hear about sensitive issues like filling out the census. So our plan has been one around communications, a targeted plan to touch each of our families and stakeholders several times over the next few weeks, so that as those census cards come out to their homes, they will recognize this is something that's important for their households and for their communities. The first census cards will be mailed to households next week on March 12th. They will invite people to go online to fill out the census form, to send it back in snail mail, or to call a phone number. And in conjunction with that timing, parents and families will get emails from us. There'll be information on the district website. The superintendent has taped a public service announcement that's been broadcast on public television. And people will emails through Infinite Campus. People will hear directly from the school district several different times that they have the next few weeks to fill out that census card. Census Day is April 1st. That's the big day where they're hopeful that most families will complete the information. And then sometime in late April, early May, the Census Bureau actually starts going to homes and knocking on doors. But our goal, and the goal of so many of the local and county organizations, is for people to fill out the forms on their own and not have to wait on someone to knock on their door, particularly as you're talking about those hard-to-count populations, like so many of our communities here in Atlanta, where people may not be comfortable with the idea of a federal government agent asking them questions at their house. So it's a sensitive issue, but it need not be an uncomfortable one. And we're working with other agencies and governments to educate people on the importance of drawing down as much federal funding as we can by getting an accurate and complete count of our communities. Just this past weekend, there were census rallies and summits hosted by the City of Atlanta and Fulton County. Of course, your colleague, our board member Mitchell, has worked closely with the mayor's office on her census complete count committee. So the strategic governmental partners throughout the community see Atlanta Public Schools as a vested and involved partner in helping to get the word out to our students and their families about the 2020 census. I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you so much, Erica. Any questions from the board? Erica, Leslie?
Thank you, Erica. First, I'd like to recognize Angela Brown, who's here from the mayor's office, who's over the complete count. One of the focuses are hard-to-count communities, right? I know the district can't spend any funds on the census, but I would like for us to look at any opportunities that we can use our internal resources, such as the parent liaison centers and having the census app up so parents can input their information and making it available for these parents as you sending home communications that they can utilize the parent liaison center.
Yes, ma'am. That's an idea we actually spoke about earlier today with the Census Bureau, the idea of opening schools up so that whatever resources are already in there, whether it's that parent liaison room or somewhere in the office, this is something we'd have to work closely with principals on, but that parents could bring in that postcard. If they're not able to get online at home, if they can't fill it out over the phone, they can bring that postcard in. And then there are even simple things that can happen that don't cost anything at all. Every school has an electronic marquee. There's no reason why we couldn't encourage principals to just blast a census reminder on that rotating marquee along with whatever other school-based messaging they put out there. So there are some creative, no-cost things that we can do that would be effective.
Then also, if we could entertain the thought, I don't know how this would work, but a lot of kids have devices that they can take home, such as the iPad, the tablets, whatever, I don't know. Is to have that census app on there so that they can bring it home. When they bring it home, their parents can.
I'm not certain about which apps our district devices can actually download, but the census itself can be accessed through the internet. So you don't have to download an app. They can just go to that website that would be printed on the card that comes home to their families.
So I do want to encourage, too, I know that 2 of our board members also did PSAs for the census, so I hope those will be incorporated into the broadcasting that the district is doing, because sometimes people need to hear from their board members as well. And I just want to appreciate and acknowledge all the work that you have been doing, Erica, in terms of trying to broaden the impact of this. The Council of Great City Schools Town Hall last fall was actually on this subject and was iterated multiple times about the fear that is in many of our undercounted populations. They are, as you mentioned, don't want somebody to knock on their door, and making sure they understand that the way to make that happen, the way to make somebody not knock on your door, is to fill out that information. Also trying to communicate the fact that it is is a federal offense to share any of the information, so that information should be safe if we were in normal times.
That's right. Thank you for that point.
Yeah, but making sure that gets communicated by some of our most trusted individuals, our most trusted people, for many of our children are their teachers. And so I just want to make sure that this, that the plan that's getting done, and I know that this has been communicated, that like who is telling our students and what they're telling them is done, at a very granular level. So that, again, if their teacher don't have to spend a dime to do it, is telling them this is really important for your families, this is really important for them. If they understand that, and making sure that, again, this is not all treetop stuff that's going on and we can meet and do everything we want, but if the teachers in the classrooms aren't getting the message to the students to take back to their parents, then we have lost an enormous opportunity.
Thank you.
Loretta and then Erica.
So piggybacking on what Leslie was saying, I noticed that students aren't a target, understanding that they don't fill it out, but they're the ones that get parents to do things, right? So if my kid comes to me and tells me, hey, I'm not going to get the funding we need at school unless you fill this out, then it's personal and it's more important. So I think students are a very important target, that we communicate to them on their level so they communicate up to their parents, their aunties, their cousins, their grandparents, and their neighbors, that my future depends on you filling this out.
Thank you for that. I should add that the Census Bureau has sent directly to each school census posters, as well as flyers that are going home in book bags. There is also an entire statistics in schools curriculum that many of our principals and instructional coaches have heard about directly from the Census Bureau, and we can roll out more directly to them activities and lessons and real instruction around the census, but not just based on the census, but that really gets into the meat of why this work is important.
Thank you for pointing out about the posters and flyers, because that was something else that obviously it costs money. So I'm glad that they did it, but we cannot only depend on electronic distribution of information to reach all of our parents and our community.
So I had another question. I know the city have additional resources that we could utilize to help push that messaging, and also not just additional resources, they have funding that comes with it as well. So if we could do robocalls or certain things like that that could help push the messaging would be great, if that's something that we can look into. Also, I saw that Fulton County school system is doing a contest with their kids. How do we incorporate our kids to be kind of like student ambassadors for the census, because it is a civic engagement piece as well?
I think that's actually the Fulton County government that's doing a poster contest, and it's for all high school students. I think that there is some thought that we would have to give to student-led efforts and deciding on the timing that makes sense. So many of the people who are working in this space understand that we're at a very busy time in the school year itself. So they're trying to be sensitive to putting too much of a burden on principals and teachers and taking away from the regular instructional time. But it seems like there's definitely, the census does not end April 1st. It really goes on throughout the summer. Even in June and July, there will be Census Bureau officials knocking on doors. I will be happy to work with the board office, maybe if there's something that the Student Advisory Council can help work on around the census. I think there are ways that our high school students especially would understand it and get it and know the importance of being ambassadors and passing that message along. Yeah. And you mentioned robocalls, and that reminds me that we've worked with the Latino Community Foundation and other organizations around identifying the languages that we need to send robocalls in other than English, and sending those targeted languages out to families so that they're hearing the message from APS and in their home language about this important topic.
And that is correct, but one language I didn't see was French.
Okay.
And I know some languages are not the, they don't have how can I put it, a lot of people that speak it, but you do have a French community here too as well, so.
Very quick, yes, ma'am.
I'm a parenting communication piece. That's using Infinite Campus.
Yes.
Okay.
So when you log into Infinite Campus, those messages that are there in that box.
I get them all the time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Erica Long. Madam Birthday Girl General Counsel, is there a reason to retreat into executive session?
Mr. Chair, yes, the board needs to consider student discipline and personnel matters.
Thank you. Is there a motion to enter into executive session? Been properly moved by Ishay Collins. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Cynthia Briscoe Brown. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We will now go into executive session. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of Music in Our Schools Month, for your enjoyment, on Paseo and Sevilla, a song written in the flamenco style of music, performed by Guitar Ensemble at Sutton, directed by Dr. Robert Pethel. Please enjoy.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. I hope that everyone enjoyed the Sutton Middle School Guitar Ensemble, led by Dr. Rob Bethel. We will now move into the community comment portion of our meeting. The way we'll do this is we have a number of speakers here this evening. We are going to split this up. We're going to do the first hour, go through the legislative meeting, and then do the second hour of community comment to ensure that we get through the legislative work that needs to be done this evening. So we're going to start with students and speakers on agenda items first, and then progress through that list. And then if a speaker is here for something that is not part of the agenda, they would be speaking last. And like I said, we're going to do the first hour and then go through the legislative portion of the meeting and then go into the rest of the community comment. With that, Mr. Gaither, can you please go over the guidelines?
Good evening and welcome to the public comment portion of tonight's agenda. In just a few moments, the board will begin hearing from those who signed up to speak by 5:50 p.m. The board welcomes your comments, but before we get started, please take note of the following guidelines on how public comment is conducted. The board has allocated 1 hour for public comment, and each speaker will only be allowed to speak once for a total of 2 minutes unless yielded an additional 2 minutes during the sign-in period. The board may elect to hear community comments in any order or sequence consistent with the board policy and is not limited by the order of the sign-in sheets. All speakers presenting highly detailed information are asked to put their comments in writing, and comment cards are available for those wishing to do so. In order to maintain meeting decorum, follow appropriate protocols, protect the confidentiality of students, and ensure impartiality, the board will not hear comments on matters involving individual students, parents, or the character, professional competency, or the physical or mental health of any individual. Also, the board will not hear public comment on personnel matters that specifically include the names or titles of employees. This includes, but is not limited to, contract non-renewals, position abolishment, the hiring or firing of staff, and investigative proceedings regarding allegations of misconduct. Comments regarding personnel issues should be sent in writing to Atlanta Board of Education, 130 Trinity Avenue, Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30303, or via email at boardcomments@atlantapublicschools.us. Finally, in order to maintain meeting decorum and to ensure all comments can be heard by the board, applause, cheering, jeering, or speech that defames individuals or blocks meeting progress should be refrained from and may be cause for removal, adjournment of the meeting, and or suspension from attending future Atlanta Board of Education events, hearings, meetings, and other proceedings. With that said, I would like to call the first speaker to the mic. We have Royce Mann for a total of 4 minutes, followed by Abby Elderling for 2 minutes. Abby, if you can make your way to the mic just so that we can keep the time moving. Thank you.
When I decided earlier this year to join other students in reigniting the push for renaming our school with a petition to the Board of Education, I knew it would be a difficult, contentious, and emotional process. After all, removing monuments to even the most harmful historical figures is usually met with swift opposition. And Henry Grady, still revered by many for his impact on the South during Reconstruction, is a whole different story. The arguments for keeping Grady's name are, in my opinion, strong on the surface. Some teachers mention that his name is a reminder of our past, and removing it would be erasing a small piece of history. Many alumni argue that the school has become so disassociated from its namesake that Grady no longer even represents Ole Henry. And the consensus across much of the community is that Grady, compared to other late 19th century white Georgians, was actually progressive. These arguments have been constantly on my mind, and so has the mounting evidence I have observed over recent months, both factual and anecdotal, which I believe refute these claims. It is important for every society to remember and study its history, both good and bad. but this must be done with accuracy and in the proper context. Henry Grady is by all means an important figure, and his impact on our city should never be forgotten. However, plastering his name across school buildings while teaching little about him in the classrooms they house creates an inaccurate narrative, and in doing so does students a grave disservice. And whether one supports changing the name or not, that fact is, just discussing the matter has afforded myself and many of my peers a much more complete and nuanced understanding of our school's namesake. On the contrary, a number of alumni have voiced the opinion that a change is unnecessary because the name Grady is no longer even associated with the man. However, the sobering truth is, while Henry Grady may have died over a century ago, the structural racism and segregation which he supported is still very much alive. Becoming an owner of the Atlanta Constitution newspaper in 1880, Grady found significant influence during the Reconstruction era, crusading across the country on a quest to bring business to what he called a New South. However, Grady's cause was built on lies that depicted a South much more equal and just than it truly was. And in his political activities back home, Grady himself was complicit in cementing the racist systems that still plague the region today. Many Southern whites shared Grady's racist beliefs during Reconstruction, but few played such an integral role in cementing oppressive political structures. While Grady's speeches to Northern investors portrayed the post-war South as being home to a newfound racial harmony, his impact as a journalist and political figure told a completely different story. In a speech in 1886, Grady famously claimed to a crowd in New York that, quote, "the relations of the Southern people with the Negro are close and cordial." Yet, just months later, his own paper was printing headlines endorsing racial violence, including one that read, "Lynching, too good for black miscreant who assaulted Miss Bush. He will be lynched." The man referenced in the headline, Reuben Hudson, was violently lynched days later by a white mob in DeKalb County. Grady's support for white supremacy extended past the columns of his paper. As a powerful political playmaker, he worked closely with the white Democratic lawmakers to promote oppressive systems such as convict labor, and segregation, helping lay the groundwork for the Jim Crow laws that would haunt the South for decades to follow. It is true that there were many white Georgians during Reconstruction whose progressive views on race deserve acclaim, such as Governor Rufus Bullock, whose commitment to equality for blacks after the Civil War led to him being run out of the governor's mansion and the state.
Thank you. Abby Etling for 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Abby Edline, and I'm a junior at Grady High School. I'm here to advocate for the name change of our school due to the fact that our current name is not an accurate representation of our diverse student body. Grady is a school that prides itself on inclusivity and diversity in the midst of a city and state that has a deeply troubled past. Henry Grady was a man who helped shape that past in both good and bad ways. While he did help to build up our city and promote the growth of economy and business, he also helped to shape the institution of racism that still shows its effects to this day. In a school that is composed of roughly 45% of African American students, I feel that it is not right for us to celebrate a man such as Grady. It is true that he is a historic figurehead in this city, and that is why I think that he should remain in our curriculum to be learned about, but I do not think that he should be celebrated on our school walls. Many alumni may fear that changing the name will erase the history of our school, but our school name has been changed before, from Boys High to Grady High, and yet throughout this name change, the spirit of the school still remained. While there are only 2 of us here tonight, last month we presented a petition to change the name with nearly 200 signatures on it, a percentage that was the vast majority out of the students that we had the time to ask. In the coming months, we hope to engage the rest of the student body in this conversation and gather a better idea of the amount of support we have in this movement and make sure that no change is made to our school without the support of the current student body enrolled there. For this reason, I think that the renaming of Grady High School to instead honor a more historical figurehead, more representative of our proud and diverse student body, will be a positive change in the long future of our high school history. And to continue from where Royce was speaking, so why would we change a name when there are so many greater problems to address? Because we cannot expect to truly dismantle the inequities in Atlanta if we still honor people who are complicit in creating these injustices. It is for this reason that we are compelled to remove Henry Grady's name from our school and place it in its proper historical contents, word of remembrance but not reverence. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brother Anthony Muhammad, followed by Waukesha Howell for 2 minutes. Ms. Howell, if you'll make your way to the podium so that we can expedite time. Thank you.
Marat Matriarch, I am that I am, an ancient ancestor, a carbonated man who knows his cosmological order and frequency in nature. I'm not one who believes in the Roman Catholic Church, religion, Christianity. From Genesis to Revelation in your Bible, not one human being was born from a woman's uterus or womb. Darwin theory, competition, conflict, and separation. Less than 100 years ago, we've been following something that has not yet brought us in the unity of one mind, one will. Speaking from the right mind as a black man, carbonated mind, we got to stop letting our children have access to that what separate us. I ask you today, I didn't realize these children are talking about Grady, but I heard about this problem. Do you recall the 14th Amendment, Board of Education members? The 14th Amendment specifically said for the ADOS people, the American descendants of slaves, we should have the same benefits and rights as any Caucasian has, and anyone that have the will to want to represent good for the community. I hear these young children speaking on behalf of something that you know was racist, you know was contrary to the people. I'm a 67-year-old man. I come down talking about your character education that was passed in 1999, and Mr. Bond signed it into law. And you got the board president and board members say, no, we want you to just continue to go on with what we give you. Character represent truth, man. True warriors. These young people talking about something that people would got shot. People like me were being harmed right there on Grady. So I say today, if you're going to be somebody who want to represent the modern day will of the consciousness of your ancestors, Caucasian and you ones that look like me, do the right thing. Because I'm tired now. Allowing you 21st century ones that look like me do what W. Du Bois said. It won't be the Caucasian. It would be you that look like them.
Thank you.
My art, nature art.
Thank you. Waukesha Howell for 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. First, I want to start by saying I stand with the kids. I support them. If they want to change the name, let's change it. We know what's happening here. Secondly, I want to be the first to say tonight that I stand with my sister Cluster Douglas, and we want no commingling in Douglas or Washington High School, period. Furthermore, I want to inform you that you all know that we have an education crisis here. Tonight, y'all will be talking about voting on a strategic plan, and I think you should just throw it away and just teach our children. That's what we elected all you all for. Now, the special education department, it is very clear that our children IEP is being violated, and I need y'all to fix that now. I don't want to come back down here no more to talk about this. I want y'all to go and do an audit in that department and make sure every parent and every child knows what they should know about their IEP, because I guarantee you, if the state came down and did an audit, you all will be in big trouble. Furthermore, staff, I do not want to see no more of your staff on Donor Choose getting things for our low-income black children. That's all they say on Donor Choose. This the only meal they get. This the only stuff they get when they get it from school. That's absolutely a lie, because most of our babies come from good families, and we love our children. So you can tell the staff to pull all that donor BS off, because we have partners, and we don't want no partners to show up to take no pictures. If you say you're going to allocate some dollars, allocate it, give it to the teachers, leave the teacher out of this political BS, and let them do what they need to do for our baby. You done been forewarned. We ain't going to keep coming down here now.
Valerie Williams for 4 minutes, followed by Shauna Hayes Tavares for 4 minutes. Valerie Williams for 4 minutes, followed by Shauna Hayes Tavares for 4 minutes. Ms. Hayes Tavares, if you can make your way to the front just so we can expedite time. Thank you.
Good
afternoon. My name is Valerie Williams. I am the president of the Atlanta Alumni Association of the Booker T. Washington High School. I am here tonight with Ms. Angelia Gay Bankston, president of Frederick Douglass High School Alumni Association. We are here today to represent our alumni and Westside Public School parents, communities regarding the 200-seat KIPS is requesting to assure Woodson Park students move on to KIPP High School experience. First, KIPP spoke with community members and Atlanta Board of Education members about KIPP students cohabitating at Booker T. Washington High School and Frederick Douglass High Schools in an extremely exclusionary, disorganized, and untruthful manner that has added to community distrust in the Douglass, Washington, and even the Mays cluster. I personally got communications from Dave Howland and Ms. Smith or Smythe stating that KIPP is no longer looking for extra spaces at Douglass and Washington. They are now looking for space in the east and southeast side of Atlanta. Do you, as the Board of Education members, know this? Given that KIPP has not come to our community about their plans to cohabitate in our schools, I am wondering whether the west side and southeast Grady and Jackson parents know that KIPP is looking on their side and their buildings for the 200 or more cluster contract seats, especially right in the middle of citywide community meetings and the facility master's plans and our superintendent halfway out the door. To assure transparency, fiscal responsibility, and citywide APS community buy-in, in the middle of facility talks and the current superintendent search, we asked the three things: that the request for the 200 additional KIPP high school seats either be removed from the agenda until new superintendent comes, or simply vote no on the request altogether. The public school received an audit showing the fiscal and physical impact of additional KIPP and KIPP partnership seats to the district as a whole. That the board members provide a follow-up on the first two requests regarding this matter. We do not understand why our district continues to disenfranchise the Douglass, Washington, and even the Mays cluster by continuing to add KIPP seats to compete with our zone public schools instead of just doing the work it takes to help us build quality public schools where seats and parents are open and ready to help. We do understand it is time for all other clusters to see the impact that we have experienced for KIPP for years if KIPP truly is searching beyond our west side and southwest cluster. Thank you for considering and it's time for our city parents and taxpayers to understand that KIPP impact on Atlanta Public School impact all schools. And be very clear, we are very vigilant about this work. We are very vigilant about the fact that we will advocate for Atlanta Public Schools when no one else will. We will advocate for not just Washington, Douglass, Mays, but for every high school, for every middle school, for every elementary school. We are here to stay, and we ask you all to be intentional. I subpoena your conscience tonight. I want you to be intentional about the work that you are doing in these clusters when it comes to this master plan and when it comes to this strategic plan. And we will be here making sure and ensuring that your job is being done to fidelity. Thank you.
Shauna Hayes Tavares for 4 minutes, followed by Yusef Muhammad for 4 minutes.
I wasn't ready. All right. But y'all know I'm always ready, right? Greetings. I just want to say thank you, Dr. Roberts, for acknowledging those of us who serve on the advisory committee, the Target 2021 Advisory Committee. I want to invite everybody out this Wednesday at 6 o'clock in the same room for the legislative reception with our state superintendent, Richard Woods. I want to do a little brag rights a little bit right now. My son, who is graduating, my last child, you have heard me talk about all 4 of my children. He is the valedictorian this year. And so I expect that the Board of Education, the superintendent, will be at the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf's graduation this year, and that he will be including all Atlanta Public Schools Val and Sal activities. So I just want to do a couple things. David Jernigan did a presentation on the turnaround strategy, which you all know we can turn around and turn around and turn back around, and we know that it didn't work, okay? They call it an oxymoron when you speak, and so I think we have an emphasis more on moron, because the thought and the idea that the turnaround strategy really turned our schools around showed us today that that was not true. And so we want to make sure that as we're moving forward on our strategic plan, that we know what works. And like Leslie said, it's a piece of paper. What we're going to do is hold you all accountable on the implementation piece of it. Jason said it. He said that the board's responsibility is to hold the superintendent responsible for it, and our responsibility is to hold you all responsible for it. And just know we're up for the task and we're on the job. If I hear one more time, one more person say it's on the website, I swear I'm going to scream. Please do not tell us what's on the website unless you have been proactive to let parents and community know that it's being placed on the website. That is not parent and family and community engagement. That's just us checking the box, as Mary Palmer would always say. Jason, poverty then and now. I don't know about you, but I was in poverty then. I'm in poverty now. It feels the same way. It doesn't matter. We children can learn how to read who are in poverty. No excuses, no excuses, because excuses are tools of incompetence used to build monuments of nothingness, and those who use them never really amount to anything at all. No more excuses. We're going to teach children how to read and write in Atlanta Public Schools, or we're going to die trying. Atlanta Public Schools, we're going to educate our children. Echo the students. Wow. Wonderful, wonderful. I think I'm going to adopt those 2 children as if I need more children. Thank you for that, because when you all changed Walter F. George High School, which was my alumni, we said that Walter F. George was a racist, and we merged with Fulton. We changed the whole thing to South Atlanta. There's no reason it doesn't change the excellence that's coming out of Grady High School today for us to say and acknowledge that this is the time of change. No longer will we be in a situation where we are inequitable and racist and that we're proud and bragging about it. The time is up, guys. It's over. Let's listen to these young folks. They've already done the work, so let's make sure that we do that. I want to make sure that we say that when we're informing, engaging, empowering our parents and our community, and we have a strategic plan, and thank you, Angela. I guess I'm going to say thank you, too. Everybody said thank you. Such a wonderful job. I appreciate it. And I expect people who get paid that amount of money should do a wonderful job. However, what I do expect is that the strategic plan will be able to come out to the community, that people understand, that the parents and community understand, so that how they can hold us accountable in reference to the strategic plan. It doesn't matter if parents don't understand it and if it's all full of, and I don't want to say the word out loud because I have enough children in the room, but if it's full of fluff, thank you, and it's not full of things that people can really hold you accountable to, then it's full of nothing. And so we want to make sure that we are working towards that. And I just want to say, nobody else seemed to raise an eyebrow or to lean back in their seat when we heard that Mays High School was going on an intensive list. We have said, we have fought when y'all brought in that last principal. We told you all that this was the trajectory that Mays was going on, and now this is the evidence that the community know what was happening and what was going on, and you all did not. You all did not come and save Mays. You didn't do what was right for Mays, and you made Mays look like a fool on the backs of Benjamin E. Mays. That is a disgrace to this school system. Y'all have to get it right. We're going to hold you all accountable for that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Yusuf Muhammad for 4 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Yusuf Muhammad, and I'm the proud principal of the Carver STEAM Academy. I'm here because members of Atlanta Thrive have come to Carver High School to express concerns about our school, and I see that many of them are here tonight as well. I want to take this opportunity to let both the board and Thrive members know that we not only appreciate their concerns, but we share Thrive's sense of urgency for our students to succeed. That is my goal for every single day when I go to work. I'm proud to say that I share this same goal with a committed and talented team of 70 professional educators. We are fully dedicated to ensuring that our students are successful not only in school but also in life. As the board knows, APS and Purpose-Built Schools of Atlanta have partnered to help change outcomes at Carver STEAM. Last year was our first year, and we are all extremely pleased that the partnership has already begun to move the needle for our students. Last year, we increased the graduation rate by 3 points. We increased student achievement on the Georgia milestones by 12.5 points in ELA and 2.4 points in math. We increased our CCRPI score by 11.4 points. I'm not surprised by these successes, as our kids are brilliant and have extraordinary potential. The only thing that they lack is opportunity, and the partnership is now providing that opportunity through new enrichment and extracurricular activities. Here are just a few examples of the opportunities our students are now exposed to. We have a strong STEAM curriculum where our science students are working on building a real plane on our campus. And our art students are painting public murals to beautify their communities. We now have class trips. And this year, our entire 9th grade plus teachers went to Camp Highland for a 2-day, 3-night leadership training retreat that involved team building and SEL skill development. I was there. I was in the bunks with the kids. Our 10th graders went on a 3-day trip to Jekyll Island to learn about the ocean and marsh ecosystems. We have an amazing summer internship program that hosts over 30 students in paid internships with local Atlanta businesses and organizations. Our ELA and art classes published an anthology of photos, essays, and poems. Students recently visited Morehouse and Spelman College to learn about accountability and professionalism, as well as what it takes to get into college and stay in college. This is just a small sample of the programs and experiences that will undoubtedly have a lasting effect on our students' lives and beyond. As the board knows, turning around historically low-performing and under-resourced schools doesn't happen overnight. It takes time, and I don't disagree that there's much work to be done. But I hope that you are as encouraged as I am by how much we've accomplished in just 1 year. We are on a path to ensuring each and every one of our students is successful in both school and life. I thank you for the opportunity to share just a little bit about the good work and progress going on at the Carver STEAM Academy. We love our students. We tell them that they're beautiful and they're beloved each and every single day. Thank you.
Sharon Page Whitaker for 2 minutes, followed by Mary Palmer for 2 minutes. I'm sorry, Sharon Page Whitaker for 2 minutes, followed by Mary Palmer for 4 minutes, I'm sorry.
Good evening.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, officer, if you can address that.
Hi, I am Sharon Page Whitaker, and these are the two people that work with me on the committee of the PTA's Atlanta Council of PTAs, Reflections Art Program. And we have artwork outside on the tables for you all to look at. And I want you to notice the art, to look at it really carefully. On the back of the art, you have an artist statement and what those artists intended when they did it. The schools that were participating is Carver Early College, Benjamin Mays, Coretta Scott King, North Atlanta, Drew Charter, Coretta Scott King, Michael Hollis Innovative, Frederick Douglass, Best Academy, Beecher Hills Elementary, Paul L. Dunbar, John Lewis Invictus, Beecher Hills, and Usher Collier Elementary. These people participate in the arts program every year, and the categories are dance, choreography, film, literature, music, photography, and visual arts. Now, they get a chance. We had over 171 submissions, and we moved about 63 to the state level. Now, the reason I want you to take a look at that art is because I want you to see the quality of it and what these kids do. There's so much in them, but they're not able to do as best what they can do because they don't have the support and they don't have the resources. And I just want you to know the impact on children. And one of the people I want to bring out is a young lady from Drew Charter. She did a picture of Billie English. And that little girl's art, when I displayed it at the King celebration, somebody wanted to buy it for $200. Edith Abakary's daughter, Asher, she's a special artist. And then we had Michael Moreland, who is the best that we've ever had. And Michael Moreland graduated, but he was mentored by Nate Dyer. These are young people that are doing well, and we want you to know that if we get more support and more resources, these kids can do even better.
Thank you. Mary Palmer for 4 minutes, followed by Olivia Henderson for 2 minutes. Ms. Henderson, if you make your way up to the front. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm really happy that I got an opportunity to kind of sit firsthand in the room this evening as all the presentations were being made. I must admit I was upsetting my partner beside me because some of the comments that were made really kind of like, are you serious once again? But I know you were. The Target 2021. I'm just really interested in how do we invest millions of dollars toward an initiative. We say that we want someone to come in and give us a report, but yet and still we don't want anything that's measurable. We just want a general report, even though we've invested millions of dollars toward Target 2021. We wonder where we're going with it. We got folks that are willing to tell us by school, give us some details, and then our superintendents say, but that's not what we contracted to do. Well, you know, that's what we call going the extra yard in education. We don't always do just what we paid to do. The turnaround strategy. Oh, Mr. Jernigan, I tell you, it was really hard because all I saw on your charts today were green. But it's kind of funny when we look at APS Insights and we look at the Department of Education website, we don't see anything but heat maps marked in red and single-digit accomplishments. Now, I'm agree with you on one thing with the turnaround strategy, that a knee-jerk approach might not necessarily be the right thing to do, as most of our schools are coming to the end with their budgeting. But to say that we want to look at our partner schools every 5 years, when right now we're supposed to be looking at them every year, that just says we want to give them a pass to keep doing what they're doing, even if they're not educating our kids. You paid for an outside, you voted on it, an outside consulting company, mathematical, to tell you to evaluate how well this turnaround strategy is doing. And because they didn't deliver the message that you wanted, you say, let's shoot the messenger and let's start over and scrap it over. Because that's essentially what we heard today. The cake just doesn't rise, you know, on it just because you put ingredients in it. You got to put the ingredients in the right way. And yes, you got to put the toppings on it the right way to make it appealing. Your recommendation to reevaluate the evaluator was just really absurd. The strategic plan, Ms. Angela Smith, the community came out. I came out 2 nights on the community input meeting. And I know one of the sessions was just really involved, really good participation. However, you went back, you said you took suggestions, but you didn't come back to the community to tell us what suggestions were made, what changes you made, and what this board is planning on voting on tonight. That's not community engagement. That's not communicating to the community. Lastly, I have to take this last minute to talk about poverty. I am a baby boomer, and most baby boomers I know came out of poverty. But I know a heck of a lot of baby boomers that can change this country, this world. They can learn. We've got 20% of our students who are kind of set aside for charters. We got 15% on the north side of school that is doing well. That's 65% of our kids that are not doing well in APS. I come every year after graduating a child, he's 27 years old. I come on behalf of the 65% that probably come out of that deep generational poverty. I came out of it. I rose out of it. I can learn. So can our kids.
Thank you.
And you all need to do the right thing by our children.
Thank you. Olivia Henderson for 2 minutes, followed by Shamaya Turner-Smith for 2 minutes. I'm sorry. Yielding time to Ithaca Walker for 4 minutes. I'm sorry. 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Olivia Henderson. I'm a parent zone for Perkinson Elementary, a chronically failing school. I'm forced with a hard decision, a decision whether to send my first grader to a school that has seen a significant drop in performance over the past 3 years with the hope the district addresses it, or make an hour-long commute to a high-performing charter school in the district. I've chosen the commute. So when I heard that Atlanta Public Schools have been working over the past 5 years to develop its 5-year strategic plan, a plan that will help guide the district on future policy decisions, I knew this was my chance to bring up the lack of attention to the failing schools. I attended countless feedback meetings and community town halls only to be ignored when I asked them to address chronically failing schools. All because they're scared to include accountability into the plan. I've heard every excuse from multiple board members in the book, including, it will lead to the next cheating scandal. The community doesn't want that, and our kids don't need it. These excuses need to stop. Over 10,000 APS students are currently attending a failing school. Something has to change. We have the opportunity to do this in the current strategic plan. The board needs to restore accountability, take urgent action for failing schools via the strategic plan. Atlanta didn't elect you to do what was easy. We elected you to have bold visions for the districts you represent and do what's right for our children. If you want to be bold and truly impact the future of education in this city, this is your time to stand up. Please ensure that there's accountability in the strategic plan and replicate what is working. Thank you.
Thank you. Ethica Walker for 4 minutes. Followed by Jennifer Saunders for 4 minutes. Saunders, if you can make your way up to the podium.
Speaking on behalf of Shamaya Turner-Smith first, after dialoguing with an employee and parent of the organization that has the goal of empowering parents to disrupt public school education, it is my position that if Atlanta Thrive desires to be a community group that truly partners with schools, that they follow protocol and decorum and engage schools to become a true partner in education and stop sharing their false or distorted narrative of Frederick Douglass High School, as well as our sister school, Booker T. Washington, and other APS schools. We are sick of third-party people and groups painting a negative picture of our school and our students to tell our story. The story must be told by us. I second that. We are sick of third-party people telling us who we are, painting a negative picture. We are reclaiming our narrative to tell the true Douglass story. The entire story must be told. In looking at the data, let me backtrack. Atlanta Thrive has a document that was passed out on the Frederick Douglass High School grounds Tuesday, February 25th. They said, and I quote, "Is Douglass High School failing your student?" Based on the data, we as a faculty say no. We have to speak to the data, not in a small snapshot, but in its entirety. In English, mathematics, and social studies, we not only met but exceeded the state targets for all students. The data also shows we made progress in these 3 areas as well. In a moment of transparency, we do recognize that we have more work to do in science, and we have had a plan in motion since early fall 2019 to turn this around. The data supports the facts. We are not failing our students. We have been working diligently with our students, which the Georgia CCRPI data shows. We have also been working diligently in order to turn around students' progress in science. School CCRPI data on the literacy subset of readiness is up by 8.82 points, even with student attendance falling by 6.35 points. I strongly believe this shows that when students do come, we are working hard, very hard, to move our students upwards. So they are in fact gaining in literacy. They are learning to read better. In summary, we are teaching, and we are teaching our hearts out. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to make sure that I remind our audience this evening. Excuse me. I'd like to remind the audience that while others are speaking, we will be respectful, which means not displaying signs, not jeering each other, and allowing different viewpoints to be expressed, which is what's supposed to be happening during this board meeting. And we're supposed to be doing that without interrupting each other. That's the example we should be giving our kids, and that's the example we want to live by in this room. So I want to remind everyone, please, regardless of what your opinion is on any one of these issues, please allow the other person to speak without interruption, without distraction. That goes for every single person in this room. Thank you.
Good evening, School Board Chairman, members of the board, and Superintendent Christarfin. I'm Jennifer Saunders, and I'm here as a community member and on behalf of the Georgia Federation of Public Service Employees. Specifically, I'm here to focus on a group of our members, our school library media specialists. Historically, the library media specialists were known simply as librarians who curated and circulated books. Today, the 21st century school library media specialist does that and much more. The duties of the school library media specialist involves collaborating with classroom teachers to design lessons that support the Georgia standards of excellence. They manage the school's technology, which in APS includes the devices for the Digital Bridge program. Media specialists lead in our schools from the middle. This means they provide training and resources for our teachers and actually teach lessons to our students. For example, at South Atlanta High School, the media specialists curated month-long lessons surrounding the 1619 Project, which highlighted the beginning of slavery in the United States. The media center there is definitely the hub of the school, with students reading, researching, and collaborating. They even work on their chess game in the media center. At Morningside Elementary School, the media specialist brings books to life for every student. The children there simply cannot get enough of the knowledge held in the books of their media center. At Parkside Elementary School, the media specialist does not hesitate to dress in character during her instruction, and she also promotes a love of reading so rich that she has a reader who has initiated a public call to action for her peers to read. So our APS media specialists across the district and across grade bands are actively engaged in the literacy development of our students as independent readers. According to the National Council of Teachers of English, NCTE, independent reading has the most significant impact on student success, but unfortunately it is a practice that is often replaced with other programs and interventions. This is becoming the case in APS. Many of our schools, currently there are 17, have eliminated the media programs staffed by a full-time certified media specialist for various reasons. As a district with only about 15% reading proficiency among African American students and 36.9% district-wide reading proficiency, this is quite alarming. It is the position of the Federation of Public Service Employees that we take the approach of having all hands on deck when it comes to helping our students learn to read. By eliminating our certified school library media specialist position, we are not only taking away the person who is formally trained to help develop independent readers, but we are also sending a message to the students watching us that the role of a school librarian doesn't matter. I ask you as a board and as our district's leadership to take a look at the best practices surrounding creating proficient readers in a society where taking the time to read a book is often overlooked. If we're focusing on student data, according to the Phi Delta Kappan Journal for Educators, strong certified libraries with a certified school library media specialist are linked to important indicators of student success, including graduation rates and mastery of academic standards. Additionally, in Pennsylvania, schools with a full-time certified school library media specialist achieve higher standardized test scores than schools without a certified media specialist. Did you know that last year in America, public libraries had more visitors than movie theaters? Libraries are not dead. They are not on the brink of extinction. They are still the hub of learning, and it is my hope that APS will embrace our school library media centers and make it a priority to promote independent reading in each of our schools. By the way, the APS Media Services Department is partnering with the APS Office of Literacy and are presenting New York Times bestselling author Nick Stone and her latest novel, Clean Getaway, to our middle school students on March 30th at Brown Middle School. If you're available, please join us on this discussion with this fabulous author and our APS students. Thank you.
Sean Dinwiddie for 2 minutes. Sean Dinwiddie for 2 minutes, followed by Karen Steinberg for 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Karen Steinberg, if you make your way to the front. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board and superintendent. I'm Sean Dinwiddie, State Director of the Georgia Federation of Public Service Employees. First of all, let me say plainly that Jennifer Saunders' leadership, as well as her commitment and advocacy for children and reading, is paramount, and we strongly support her in her efforts. I recently had the occasion to meet with our HR director to share similar concerns around helping our district to shape its upcoming budget to invest in our libraries, media centers, and literacy program. FPSC will be honoring the recently named APS Media Specialist of the Year and would welcome the board's participation, of course. FPSC will also join the district and being a supporter of the upcoming 5K that we have in the next few months. And of course, we're currently raising money for the John Lewis Freedom Runners campaign in partnership with the Atlanta Partners for Education in an effort to help fight pancreatic cancer. I want to encourage the board member to participate and give $55 in honor of John Lewis. FPSC will also match in those donations, and we look forward to soliciting those contributions from you very shortly. I appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you. Karen Steinberg for 4 minutes. Followed by Betty Ann Hart for 2 minutes. Ms. Hart, if you can make your way up to the front.
I'm Karen Steinberg, retired from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and I'm an alumna of Grady High School. The record shows that Henry Grady was respected for his wit and eloquence, his efforts to reunify the United States, and his defense of, in his words, a new South to replace the one that rested everything on slavery and agriculture. Grady understood what was best for the South to thrive economically, and he worked hard to make that happen. But the record also shows that Henry Grady was an avowed white supremacist. Again, listen to his words. The supremacy of the white race of the South must be maintained forever, and the domination of the Negro race resisted at all points and at all hazards, because the white race is the superior race. Is that racism? My specialty is genomics, and claiming that one race is superior to another is not only racist, it's scientifically wrong. But these are not the best times for science either. I've heard alumni say about the current students that their judgment of Henry Grady is based on a doctrine called presentism. What is presentism? That is applying today's ethical standards to an earlier time, which may not really apply. The ethics depend on the time and cultural context, with no one really having a claim to what is right in other times and cultures. Well, philosophers disagree on that, and I don't think we're going to agree tonight on that. What's important now is listening to and hearing each other and hearing the students. We heard 2 eloquent students earlier. I can understand that for some former Grady students, that they don't want to change the name of the school, of their school. I get that, because it gives me great comfort in these polarized times of dizzying change to just walk in my old neighborhood and have it feel the same. It's comforting, the presence of Grady, a piece of my youth still vibrant and alive. But it's still vibrant and alive now because of the students that are there now. What seems lost here in these times especially is empathy and civility. I feel compelled to empathize with students who, in order to obtain a public education, daily face entering an institution that celebrates the life of a white supremacist. I'm told that only about 200 of the 1,400 current students signed a petition to change the name of Grady. But if 200 students are reminded every day that their school is named to honor a man who deeply believed in their inferiority, that's a problem that needs to be addressed. I don't see this request of the students as a, quote, eruption of pious ignorance, as the alumni petition says. I'm proud and grateful to have attended Grady High School. I believe it is one of the best schools in the state, but I cannot ignore the legitimate sensibility of the students today. Some have suggested alternatives, compromises. Maybe that's something that could be done, like adding Ida Wells' name, a journalist who believed in equality, as a hyphenated name. After hearing those students, though, I can in good conscience support something like that. So I only want to say I understand both sides. I'm an alumna, and I support the students.
Thank you. Betty Ann Hart. For two
Good
minutes.
afternoon. I'm Betty Ann Hart, Chief of Staff to Commissioner Joe Karn, Fulton County Commission, District 6. I am here on his behalf this afternoon because he is out of town. Commissioner Karn wished to be here, but he wanted to ask for your support of his literacy initiative to place textbooks grades K through 12 in the Atlanta Fulton County libraries, the public libraries located within the Atlanta Public Schools District. He has also made outreach and is currently under logistical planning with the Fulton County schools. Because we would like to provide support to our Fulton County families in the APS schools as well, you each should have received a letter today requesting your approval and support. As you are probably aware, Fulton County is engaged in a $275 million capital improvement program funded by by a library bond referendum approved by Fulton County voters. There is a plan, and it is underway to modernize and update the Atlanta library system. Hopefully by locating textbooks and perhaps even making internet assignments more accessible through more environmentally friendly and state-of-the-art public libraries, greater resources will be provided to parents, grandparents, tutors, after-school providers, and others, and be an inducement to use the libraries to support their efforts after school hours, and perhaps even during vacations. We look forward to your support, working with your designated liaison to help plan and iron out the logistics of this effort. If you did not receive a letter, I do have a copy here today and contact information. We look forward to hearing from you.
Sorry, Ms. Hart, the letters did come in today, and we'll make sure that they receive them. We received the letters today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sherry Bellilly for 2 minutes, followed by Lisa Richardson for 2 minutes. Ms. Richardson, if you'll make your way to the aisle as well, expedite time. Thank you.
Sherry Bellilly, parents of APS, we are assets, ambassadors, and superheroes. Without our children, nobody can have a profession. I am a vibrant parent from the premier destination, the Booker T. Washington cluster, where students fly first class. Let's allow parents of BTW the human right by keeping our children grounded in solid community schools foundation. Here are some reasonable solutions I created for the board. Any schools or current schools that wants to pop up looking for space or trying to open, a protocol needs to be in place to say no. If space is an issue, send the students to their home schools. Triage every child household to ensure they have affordable, safe housing. Revise the curriculum of busy work that stop teachers from teaching and principals from truly leading. Encourage parents to solve and fix issues in their own schools. Revisit why APS black boys are not graduating and locked away in jail. Solution 6, listen to the children.
Thank you. Lisa Richardson?
Yes, good evening, Atlanta Public Schools. My name is Lisa Richardson, and I stand before you today as an employee and a teacher of Atlanta Public Schools for 20 years. I also stand to you today to represent the Frederick Douglass High School. On February 25th, an organization stood on our campus after school, and they presented one point of view. We often have our students read an article telling them the danger of a single point of view. So today we want to stand, my colleagues and I, and we want to present additional information, a point of view, our perspective, and it consists of the data of the KIPP organization. According to the data that we received, it appears that KIPP seems to be better than what is represented at Frederick Douglass High School. Is KIPP better than Frederick Douglass High? Are they outperforming our school? Here's some data for us to consider. KIPP's collegiate college and career readiness is 8 is 8 percentage points away from our data. KIPP's collegiate freshman class of college students has 5% more than our students. We have 89.99% enrolled in remediation courses. KIPP has 76% of the their student population enrolled in remediation courses once they enter college. This is exacerbated by the fact that they have more students enrolled in the college prep track. Thus, more of KIPP students, percentage-wise and numerically, are not meeting the target. In addition to that, we would like to report that their data is not significantly higher of the data of high schools around APS. Thank you.
Ed Johnson for 2 minutes. Ed Johnson for 2 minutes, followed by Amy Sharma for 2 minutes.
I listened to you earlier today, and now 4 things. What have you done such that now any parent would be comfortable with test prep for their child? Is it a matter of perceived inequity, yet more black and white racialist ideology? Do you not understand that test prep is cheating the children? Yes, the cake and then the icing on the cake. But here's the deal. The cake provides structure for the icing. Have you ever seen icing standing without the structure of the cake? Public schooling should be the cake, the whole cake, and nothing but the cake. From the inside out, and then maybe some icing, just as long as the icing does not seep into the cake to corrupt its structure. You keep trying to spread an ideological icing onto a kind of cake that simply does not exist. The updated strategic plan presentation looks beautiful, but I have not had time to review its content, except to notice it omits your having contracted with KIPP to operate a KIPP charter cluster that plans to consume around 10% of Atlanta public schooling by 2025, and therefore can only have a significant impact. So how can you responsibly and honestly do strategic planning and even facilities master planning without taking account of the KIPP cluster charter, KIPP charter cluster, now the 10th cluster? Now, if you are to consider renaming Grady High School, then you must also consider renaming the Barack and Michelle Obama Academy. Henry Grady's Southern racialist bigotry pales in comparison to Obama's lead on attacking public education across the nation. Thank you.
Amy Sharma for 2 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing me today. I'm Dr. Amy Sharma, and I'm a parent of 3 kids in the Atlanta public school system. I'm here today to ask you to keep the calendar as approved through May 2022. If you look at the survey results, over half the parents did not want this calendar change. And most people in this county have less than 15 days of vacation, so I'm curious as to how we're all going to have 5 weeks of vacation to care for our children during these weeks off. The proposed change has also flown under the radar and follows the trend of several other issues I have heard about here tonight that I didn't know existed before I showed up. So, in closing, you need to apply rigor and transparency to a lot more things that you guys do, especially the subsequent calendar changes. What is the goal for the students? Why are we changing the calendar only a year after we changed it in the first place? What's going to happen to students that are on free and reduced lunch when they are out of school for those extra weeks? What's going to be the effective on parent households where both parents works? And given that I get about 3 to 5 phone calls a week from you all, maybe even a night, about things as significant like the GO team, but I haven't heard about the Atlanta Public Schools strategy via a phone call, and I haven't heard about the calendar via a phone call, this process was less than transparent.
You need transparent, clear choices. You need only 2 choices, either have the challenger change or don't have the challenger change. And you need to offer us daycare options if you are going to close the school for an additional 4 weeks. Thank you.
Clintisha Fleming for 2 minutes. Clintisha Fleming for 2 minutes, followed by Ben Miller for 2 minutes. All right, no Clintisha. Ben Miller for 2 minutes. Are you Ben? All right, you have 2 minutes. Followed by Sita Cook. Wait, I'm sorry. Are you Clintisha? Yes. Awesome.
Hello, my name is Clintisha Fleming. I'm a future APS parent. Oh, sorry. Thank you. My name is Clintisha Fleming. I'm a future APS parent. My son will start pre-K at Benteen next school year. I'm here tonight because I'm concerned about the divide in this district. Even more troubling is the lack of effort to address the disparity in quality of schools in the north part of this district and the schools located in the south. As a resident of the South Side and a parent, I feel compelled to say something in pursuit of positive systemic changes in APS. Many elementary schools have been failing for over 5 years. This is frightening and unacceptable. We need accountability for chronic underperforming schools. There should be some form of checks and balances to measure what is and isn't working. As a future parent of this district, I want to know that the board cares about my child's education. He is just as valuable as my neighbors to the north. I know that many parents are asking for accountability, but it doesn't seem to faze the board, and the lack of effort isn't helping with enrollment. Parents are searching for better school education and steering parents like myself away from APS. When I toured Benteen, I was excited to see the great things happening there. I know the school has improvements to be made, and I hope you do too and would like to work alongside them. One way to ensure this happens is to making sure the strategic plan has accountability for chronic underperforming schools. We don't need to lose momentum or progress that has been made when there is a change in leadership at the district or the school level. I hope tonight you vote to include the language back into the plan to ensure there is accountability. I'll leave you with these statistics about literacy. Think about these potential APS student scenarios as a result of chronic underperforming schools. Children who aren't reading at grade level by the end of 3rd grade are 4 times as likely to drop out of high school. Surveys of adolescents and young adults with criminal records show that about half have reading difficulties. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Miller for 2 minutes, followed by Sita Cook for 2 minutes. Ms. Cook, if you can make your way up to the front. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Thank you all very much for providing me with the time here tonight to share my views, and also thank you for committing your volunteer time to our community. My name is Ben Miller, and I'm here to talk to you today about the school schedule. I'm a parent in the district for 4 years. I have a child in 3rd grade, kindergarten, and a 3-year-old. I've chaired a PTO committee, and my wife and I are very active in our school. Your email says that you issued a survey to reassess the school schedule because parents and teachers were sending you so many comments. I would urge you to take a look at the results of your survey and see that the majority of parents do not want a change in the date when we start school. I also was a bit disappointed to look in your email and not see any information about research or how this decision would affect the pedagogy of the institutions that you run. I expect more from you all. I expect that decisions about a school calendar concern what our children need, not what your employees want for their school breaks. And I urge you to consider the needs of our children, and I urge you to think about who would complain about a change just 6 months after its implementation. It is not okay. I'm concerned that you're making decisions without doing your due diligence. If you truly believe that the schedule is not correct, I believe you should wait a full year to allow people to experience the merits of the decision that you've already made. And then perhaps you could issue a survey to us all that is well worded and provides clear options and decision points. And you could notify us of this survey so that you would receive a response of more than 13,000 parents when you have over 52,000 kids in your school system who this will impact. Thank you all very much for your time this evening, and thank you for your service to our community.
Thank you. Sita Cook for 2 minutes. followed by Linda Thompson for 2 minutes.
Thank you for letting us all speak. That because of time limitations, I'm going to jump from one issue to another, so just think of the true bullet points. First, for the issue of charitable activities, which is coming up in a policy, some of our students may have had personal experiences with the patronizing attitudes of some charity givers portray. I hope APS can take the national lead in considering the most equitable and respectful ways to support each other in times of need and to teach our children how to do that. Secondly, with that, while I agree that there are different categories of fundraising, encouraging internal schools fundraising raises the issue of equity when some schools have somewhat access to so much more money than others do. Strategic plan. Please include something there about the need to diagnose the root causes of any problems before prescribing any extreme changes. One or more specific strategies at a school might have true potential, which wasn't met only because of inadequate implementation or not enough time. Within the strategic plan, there's a section of different categories about graduation rates. One that is missing is special needs students. So if you can add that to compare. Since life is, I'm glad, a recent addition to the mission, college, career, and life, consider where and how to recognize and enhance the academic skills and content students should learn for their future lives, separate from their academic, their experiences in college and career, including their ability to be thoughtful voices. Which leads me to a message to everybody behind me. I encourage everyone to spread the word that the purpose of the census, since the first one in 1790, has always been to create a database to guide redesigning borders for districts in the House of Representatives, state legislatures, the Electoral College, and even school system subdistricts, as well as how much federal tax money will be distributed. Be sure to count babies, immigrants, and people without a home address.
All right, thank you. Linda Thompson for 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Linda Thompson. I'm a parent of a student at Young Middle School. I recently relocated to that district, and I did not realize that Young Middle School was a failing school for 3 years, a failing school. In addition to that, the scores are very, very low for their test taking. But I'm here because I adopted my child, and I wanted to make sure my child had a good education. And going to Young Middle School is just not the answer. I've tried to go to other charter schools and have been put on a waiting list. So I challenge you, like everybody else, to look at why these schools are failing, find out why they're failing, and put them on some type of improvement plan and put it in the strategic plan for the next year so that we can show some improvement over the years to come. So like my son is very, very smart. He went to this school. When he came home from school, he was doing work. He's in the 6th grade. He's doing work that he did in the 4th grade. So I go to the school and talk to the principal, and they were very receptive, looked at his scores and said, yes, he's in the wrong class, and put him in another class. But everybody's not going to do that. So I challenge the Board of Education to really look at what we're doing in these schools that are chronically failing. Sometimes it's the leadership, sometimes it's, I can think about the demographics, I think about a lot of things, but more important, I think about what we're going to have at the end of the day as students that have not got a good education. So please put this back in your strategic plan.
Kimberly Dukes for 4 minutes. Kimberly Dukes. Mariah Jordan for 2 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
You see me. Good day, board. First, I want to honor God, who is the head of my life. I want to honor the school board and the superintendent. Alumni, I want you guys to know the experience that you guys had, my son will never have it. Today, my son's name is Atlanta. Atlanta attend a felon school. And unfortunately, Atlanta Public Schools have not educated my son. My son is reading on the 3rd grade level. And during the last 20 years in Atlanta Public School, his reading scores has been terrible. He's constantly had to watch his cousins in North Atlanta and Grady read on grade level, graduate from high school, and also graduate from college. But my son, Atlanta, he never had a chance to do so because every year the literacy rate is really low in the teens, and sometimes it's even worse, it's single digits. I remember his football and his basketball championship runs, but I never remember the quality teachers and the curriculum. I remember sitting in parent-teacher conference and the teachers telling me things like, it starts at home, or just because he can't read doesn't mean he's gonna have a good life. Well, they're wrong. And I sit here reading his eulogy, my son, Atlanta. And today I challenge every board member to have a heart in remembering the legacy of my son. In order to do that, I challenge you to do something different today. I challenge you to start with the policy that you said yourself, you guys watered it down. But there are so many kids in Atlanta Public School system that would never have a chance to experience what each of you have been afforded to do. Our children, elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools are failing. I want every parent in this room, every alumni in this room, every person in this room and in this city not to have to attend their child's funeral or go to the jail and visit their children inside of the jail because they're not educated. But we should be looking forward to graduations, our children's first housewarming, and their weddings. So today I say a plan without accountability leads to corruption. And we can talk about how the plan with accountability can lead to a cheating scandal, but that's a lie. It's the corrupt people in your system that leads to the cheating scandal. So what I'm telling you guys is we do need individual plans for students. We do need individual plans for schools to make sure that our children are graduating college and career ready. When you look at these schools and this data's numbers, it don't lie. People do. So when the Washington and the other parents are getting up here talking about Atlanta Thrive, we're not fighting for certain groups or charters or partners. We're fighting for all 58,000 children in Atlanta Public Schools. We're fighting for all of those kids because it doesn't matter if the kids at North Atlanta and the kids at South Atlanta are just in the school system, but if the black and brown kids at all of those schools aren't performing, then clearly it's a problem. If parents can sit down and we can learn together and teach it to each other, you guys are the experts. Alumni, we're not here to save buildings. We never came to protest on your sidewalks because we never stood on the property to say that you guys weren't doing what you're supposed to do. Mm-hmm. We understand that sometimes you can't do what you need to do. But us as parents, we're going to continue to go in these communities. We've knocked on over 10,000 doors. We're going to educate our parents and talk to our parents at the doorstep. And we're telling you guys, demanding that you give us this seat at the table, and we're demanding that you do what's right for 58,000 kids in the district because our kids are dying, and it's your job to save them.
Thank you. I'm sorry. No, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Mr. Chair, we have reached the time boundary. It's now been an hour.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gaither. We'll give a couple minutes for people to leave the auditorium. We will continue public comment after the legislative part of our meeting. If we can quickly transition out of the auditorium so that we can continue our meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can quickly and quietly transition out of the auditorium, that'd be greatly appreciated. We will continue public comment after the legislative actions portion of our meeting. All right, thank you so much, community members, for taking the time to speak to us. We will continue community comment after the legislative portion of our meeting. As always, we appreciate your feedback, and we will now move on with today's meeting. Before I ask Dr. Kostarfin to provide her official remarks, I wanted to share several announcements. First, I want to make the board and everyone aware that March is Women's History Month. Women's History Month actually began in 1982 as Women's History Week, but expanded to a full month by 1987. All of our presidents since that time have issued annual proclamations to celebrate the generations of women who have contributed to the well-being of our communities, country, and world. APS each year does its part to recognize such contributions, and this year will be the same. I invite everyone to monitor our district and schools' websites and social media channels over the coming weeks for events and programs in celebration of the month. I do want to make a special note that the 13th annual Shirley Clark Franklin Lecture Series hosted by the Coretta Scott King Young Women's Leadership Academy will be held on Tuesday, March 24th at 10 a.m. My friend, Stacey Abrams, former Democratic nominee for governor of Georgia and founder of Fair Fight, Georgia, and Fair Count, will serve as keynote speaker. Special remarks will be provided by Dr. Bernice King, Andrea Young, Executive Director of the American Civil Liberties Union of Georgia, and Atlanta City Council President, Felicia Moore. We are looking forward to that event and all other events related to Women's History Month. During the month of March, APS also celebrates National Reading Month, which was founded to celebrate Dr. Seuss, one of the most beloved of all authors of children's books. Literacy is the most vital of educational skills, so this month is really aimed at giving students a chance to improve their reading skills. Additionally, if we encourage our students to read every single day of this month, by the end of the month, reading should have become a daily habit. Many of our elementary schools are sponsoring reading programs, some even hosting book character parades. National Reading Month, which kicked off today with Read Across America Day, is designed to encourage children of all ages to read every day. And Atlanta Public Schools is doing just that and more with our Race to Read campaign. We have partnered with the Urban League of Greater Atlanta to help develop a city that reads. Collectively, APS students, staff, and community stakeholders have read and logged more than 6 million minutes. Check out our progress at www.beanstack.com/race-to-read. Congratulations to Long Middle, Sarah Smith Elementary, Tuskegee Airmen Global Academy, winners of the Penguin, who are winners of the Penguin Random House Winter Reading Challenge. These three APS schools will share $50,000 worth of books and author visits with libraries and schools across the country who read and logged the most minutes during the month of January. And while the entire district continues to race to read, 20 minutes daily towards our 10 million minute goal, more than 50 of our schools demonstrated their love for reading by participating in the Helen Ruffin Reading Bowl, which took place on January 25th at Therrell High School. Of those schools, 6 advanced to the Metro Regional Bowl at Clayton State University on February 8th. The Sutton Middle Cougars and the E. Rivers Elementary Lions were the 2 schools which then advanced to the North Divisional Reading Bowl, which will take place on March 7th at the University of West Georgia. Congratulations and best of luck to both teams and their coaches, Paula Boston, the E. Rivers media specialist, who has served as a Reading Bowl coach for the last 10 years, and Melanie Burtis, who has served as Sutton's coach for 2 years. Also in March is both Music in Our Schools Month and Youth Art Month. As we continue to focus on preparing students to have choice-filled lives, this board and this administration believes strongly in the power of music and the arts to engage students and to keep them motivated in school, which is why we have embraced Dr. Starfin's vision for whole child development. Atlanta Public Schools remains one of the few districts in the state that continues to offer a variety of music and arts programs, including band and orchestra at the elementary level. And this will always be the case. We are a district of talented students, and we love to showcase their work. In fact, we regularly invite our students to perform before board meetings. For those who were here earlier, or watching earlier, in person or online, I hope you enjoyed hearing from the Sutton Middle School Guitar Ensemble, led by Dr. Rob Peppel. This building's art gallery saw a complete refresh with nearly 350 pieces of artwork from every cluster and grade level on 4 floors, including the board office, the 3rd floor, the 6th floor, and the 7th floor. Coming up later this year, the Arts Office and the Mr. Holland's Opus Foundation is sponsoring an instrument drive across Metro Atlanta from April 15th through May 15th. So dust off your clarinet and violin and donate it to APS so that another student can experience the power of music. Visit the APS website in the coming weeks for more information about that. As you can tell, we are very proud of our students and appreciate the great work of our music and art educators as we celebrate them this month. We have many of them with us tonight, so please stand so the board can recognize you if you are a music and arts or arts educator. And he's still with us. Hey, all right. That is our arts coordinator, Sarah Womack. Thank you for all that you do. And again, thanks to our arts and music educators. And here's one newsworthy item about this topic. According to a study completed by the Mr. Holland's Opus Foundation, we offer more music programs in our schools than in other urban areas in the country. Nearly 70% of our students are enrolled in music classes, and over 60% are enrolled in visual arts classes. Next, I want to note that this week is National School Breakfast Week. This is my favorite announcement on the annual basis. Always has interesting, yeah. Our celebration started this morning with breakfast in celebration of Dr. Seuss's birthday and Read Across America Day. The APS breakfast menu actually featured green eggs and turkey ham. APS will continue to celebrate the National School Breakfast Week with the theme, School Breakfast Out of This World. The menu will feature 2 delicious new items and other foods, like cheesy egg and turkey ham breakfast bowl. That's a new item. Waffles and strawberry topping. That's another new item. Turkey ham and cheese quiche. Cheesy grits and eggs. Cheesy toast. Turkey sausage. Breakfast pizza. I'll make sure that my son eats breakfast at school every single day this week. I should note that our nutrition team, by the end of January, has served 2 million breakfast meals, which equals roughly 19,000 meals served per day. We must really thank them for getting each school day started in a nutritious way. So let's give them a round of applause. I also want to make everyone aware that this week is National School Social Work Week, sponsored by the School Social Work Association of America, and March is National Social Work Month. The theme this year is Beacon of Hope, School Social Workers Lighting the Way. Atlanta Public School currently employs 40 full-time social workers, which includes homeless education and truancy social workers. The primary role of the school social workers is to remove barriers to education so that children are free to learn and explore in a safe environment. Internal and external pressures are complex and multi-layered, ranging from abuse and suicidal ideation or loss of a family member to lack of stable housing or appropriate clothing for school. School social workers are a critical part of school culture as they meet the daily needs of our children and their families. I know I speak on behalf of every one of my colleagues when I express appreciation for the hard work that they do for our students each and every day. Do we have any social workers in the house this evening? Please stand up so you can be recognized. Thank you so much. I actually think I want to invite y'all, because you stayed this whole time, invite y'all up to take a picture. Every year you give us a recognition, and we really do appreciate it each and every year. So come on up and let's take a picture. So this year's gift is Why Zebras Don't Get Ulcers. That's interesting. The acclaimed guide to stress-related diseases, and coping. Thank you so much for that time. Next up, I wanted to take this opportunity to give you an update on the superintendent search for Atlanta Public Schools. To date, the Atlanta Board of Education has worked diligently to ensure a process that is transparent and open to the public. We appreciate all of the feedback shared through Let's Talk, regional community meetings, with the help of clarification and mediation, and focus groups hosted by Hazard Young, Atia and Associates, including their survey, which had several hundred respondents. All of your feedback has been valuable and has helped the board develop a leadership profile characterizing the desired skills needed in the next superintendent. The official presentation was made to the board on February 3rd, 2020, and can be found on our website. Now that the profile has been developed, we are in the process of reviewing submitted applications, and we are excited about the fact that Hazard Young, Atia and Associates has been in contact with over 100 interested candidates. During the month of March, the board will conduct interviews to identify candidates to present to a diverse group of stakeholders. The community panel will interview and help inform the decision made by the board. All stakeholders will have an opportunity to engage with the finalists before the board hires a new superintendent. You can stay engaged and informed by visiting the board's website to view the timeline, all approved documents, retreats, and meetings, and all communications from the board regarding the search. In regards to the community panel, we are excited to announce that the community panel for the superintendent search process includes 2 students, 7 parents and grandparents of current APS students, 3 alumni, 5 APS employees, 2 business leaders, 1 elected official, and more. Those names are Bria Brown, Deanna Davis, Richard Corderon, Crystal Jones, Dr. Danielle Battle, Tina Fernandez, Ralph Long, Chrissy Davis, Todd Green, Sylvia Russell, Ayana Gabriel, John Wright, David Dreyer, Beth Hamilton, Joe Arnold, Quentin Hutchinson, Vanessa Sanchez, Reverend Arthur Carson, and Sita Cook. We look forward to hearing feedback from that panel and to reviewing and interviewing the candidates that have been identified by the board and its search firm. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge and recognize the students that spoke earlier tonight about the request for the board to reconsider the name of Henry W. Grady High School due to the namesake's history. As a board, we are committed to having a welcoming and inclusive school system, and we are also committed to racial equity, which means that we have to ensure that the names of our buildings reflect those values. We have examined the names of all of our buildings and have identified 3 that should be further examined: J.E. Brown Middle School, Henry W. Grady High School, and Forest Hills Academy. Now, we talked about Henry W. Grady, or Henry W. Grady has been mentioned. It will be, I'm sure, mentioned more over the course of this community meeting at the end and in the coming weeks. But J.E. Brown and Nathan Bedford Forrest, who Forest Hills is named after, are both individuals who have a history with the KKK. So, pursuant to board policy, the board will not be making a decision tonight. There is a process that the board must follow, which is informed by the community. Therefore, I am naming committees to review the names of those buildings and make a recommendation to the board. Pursuant to policy, those committees will be chaired by the district board member and will include the district council member. So for J.E. Brown, the naming committee will include Aretta Balden, Cleta Winslow, Tijuana Crooms, Davita Huntley, Angela Brown, Kimberly Scott, and Wendy Wilson. For Henry W. Grady, Leslie Grant will chair, Amir Faroki will join her, as will Carrie McBrien, Cindy Smith, Courtney Smith, Janet Kennard, and Jay Hammond. I should note that Both of those committees include alum, an administrator from the school, a neighborhood association representative, an MPU representative, and an alum. In the future, I will also be naming a naming committee for Forest Hills as well. Again, naming the committee does not mean that the names will change, does not mean that we have a recommendation. Those will be discussed through those committees. So stay tuned for our public notices. Stay tuned for announcements on when those meetings will be held and where those meetings will be held. With that, I now invite Dr. Starfin to make her own remarks.
Great, thank you. My comments will include a summary of the work session,
I'm Dr. Maria.
highlight School Board Appreciation Week, and recognize Burgess Peterson IB World School. Also, I will provide an update on the coronavirus monitoring and our census outreach from the district. Earlier this afternoon, for our first presentation, Dr. Harris, who directs our Social Emotional Learning Initiative, provided an update on the work in APS. Last year, Hanover conducted a study of the effectiveness of social emotional learning, known as SEL, and its implementation. It found that among the initiative's first cohort of schools, out-of-school suspension decreased by more than half in the schools. In-school suspensions decreased in all the schools, and attendance remained consistent. Overall, staff and students found great value in social and emotional learning programming and other surveys, including the Georgia Student Health Survey, where they reported that students enjoyed school more and believed that their schools were treating people more fairly, with respect and more tolerance. It's been a very, very busy day and will continue to be a busy week since Atlanta Public Schools, from today through Wednesday, is hosting the Collaborative for Academic and Social Emotional Learning's 9th annual cross-district learning event for 24 school districts that have made social emotional learning a priority in their schools. For the second presentation, Dr. Roberts, Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, updated the board on the Target 2021 work, and that's the district's initiative to provide CRCT remediation, academic support, and interventions to targeted students who were victims of the cheating scandal over 10 years ago. We started the program with more than 3,000 students 5 years ago, and today 400 students remain in grades 11 and 12 as the final student is scheduled to graduate in 2021. Through our parent surveys, we found that 95% of the 148 parents who responded expressed satisfaction with the services, and they were particularly satisfied with tutoring and test preparation services. For next steps, we're working to provide more of these students with supports. And our third presentation, Deputy Superintendent David Jernigan provided an update on the school turnaround strategy. After 3 years of implementation, all targeted and partnership schools have made academic gains. Mathematica, which has been evaluating the work, noted that while there were promising signs and gains, it found that most improvement was not statistically significant in its study. But several schools did stand out in benefiting from the strategy, and some additional learning from the evaluation show that certain challenges may require sustained effort. Currently, the strategy provides a tiered system of support to 16 schools. As we move into the 2021 school year, it will evolve to a focus on 7 targeted schools and 11 intensive schools. The new school year ahead represents an opportunity to revisit the strategy as the board sees fit in the context of its new strategic plan. Following Mr. Jernigan's presentation, we heard from Angela King-Smith, Chief Engagement Officer, where she provided an update on the development of the next 5-year strategic plan for 2020 through 2025. Again, I want to remind everyone that the board will vote on the strategic plan during can vote on the strategic plan during discussion and action portion of the agenda tonight. I want to thank everybody who presented earlier for all of their hard work over the last weeks and months. Finally, we heard from the CFO, Lisa Bracken, who provided the fiscal year 2020 monthly financial update and an update on the development of the fiscal year 2021 budget. And Erica Long, the Senior Advisor for Policy and Government Affairs, kind of wrapped it all up with the update on the 2020 census. In a moment, I'll review some of the work that the district's doing to provide that accurate count. For our report, I want to remind everyone that the U.S. Census Bureau is launching the 2020 census later this month to achieve an official count of every person living in the United States and its territories. This is a massive undertaking, and Atlanta Public Schools is on board to help create awareness and assist in any way that we can that is allowable in the count with targeted outreach to APS families and stakeholders. Working with Voices for Georgia's Children, we participated in public service announcements, and you can see those on our website, and I just posted the blog tonight where you can watch all of the videos that promote the census, and you can use them as you see fit. We've also prepared emails, posters, and articles, and like I said, in the blog, you will see all the details as it relates to shape your future, start here, the 2020 census. We cannot stress how important it is to have an accurate count because the census does provide critical information that ensures schools get the most funding that they deserve and support from possible state and federal resources. So it only serves us better knowing how many people live in our city, state, and nation. Our kids are especially important because they don't speak for themselves, and parents have to do it for them. An estimated 5% of children under the age of 5 were missed in the 2010 census. That's about 1 million babies and young children. That's the largest undercount of any age group. So everyone counts. Mr. Chair, as I mentioned, there are several important days and weeks in March. You highlighted many of them. But among other moments of recognition, I wanted to make a note that on March 16th, it marks the School Board Appreciation Week. The role of being a member of the school board, especially the Atlanta School Board, can be both tireless and thankless. I don't know what we can do to ease the stress, except encourage you to read the book provided to you earlier this evening from these social workers. That's about all we can give you. But for the past almost 6 years, I have been appreciative of our first board and this board along the journey of transformation for Atlanta Public Schools. It does take a lot of hands on deck to make APS work, and certainly a lot of backbone to try to make it better and successful. And we've all visited classrooms, rode school buses, played in playgrounds, been with our sports teams and in classrooms together. And if the public doesn't know or appreciate it, I'm here to say that you are doing as much as you can with the time that you have while y'all are also doing day jobs and have families of your own. And so we very much so appreciate all that you've done. So I am pleased at this time to recognize, and I invite you all in the audience to join me in saluting and appreciating our school board for their contributions to Atlanta Public Schools. Now, if you want to, you can go down and take a picture with yourselves for prosperity. At this time, I do want to recognize everyone with Burgess Peterson Academy. Last month, the school received authorization to offer Primary Years Program, PYP, as an International Baccalaureate World School. That makes Burgess Peterson the first neighborhood elementary school in the Jackson cluster to earn this designation, which follows the announcement last September of King Middle School and Maynard Jackson High School receiving authorization to offer the middle years program. Congratulations. Y'all are going to come down, right? Yes. Okay. So I would like the board to please start making its way down. And we will start with congratulations to Principal David White and his team, especially IB Specialist Tracy King. You're going to cluster, the board's going to come, yep. And for those who are keeping track with our signature program for International Baccalaureate, APS now has 17 IB World Schools, 22 authorized programs, and 40 programs in some phase of IB authorization process. Additionally, APS has more IB World Schools than any other district in Georgia. Okay, again, if you missed the last piece, APS has more IB World Schools than any other district in Georgia. All right. Where were we? Oh, the coronavirus. Since we've all been hugging and coughing and sharing. Oh, okay. So we have two important updates. Oh, wait. No. This is the final update. It's of course, regarding our safety, security, and well-being of our students, families, and employees as it relates to the coronavirus. We want to assure everyone that APS is closely monitoring what is happening and doing all that we can to keep our communities informed. As described by the Centers for Disease Control, the CDC, the coronavirus is a respiratory illness that spreads mainly from person to person through coughs and sneezes. The World Health Organization provides a few protective measures against the new coronavirus, including frequent hand washing, covering your mouth when sneezing and coughing. Please use your elbow, not your hand, and getting medical care early when sick. Here is what we also know at this time. The CDC last week issued a warning that it is not a question of if the coronavirus will spread to the United States, as we have now seen, but when. And we also know that recent reports include that there have been deaths associated with the virus. If we do end up having an emergency situation, We've done some of this before, such as inclement weather or particular health warnings, but it's not exactly the same. However, we are standing ready to institute our emergency management practices as needed. If we have to close schools, we can also launch what we call APS WeatherWise. It's an online learning platform designed to prevent learning loss by supplementing missed classroom time during emergency management situations through technology. This is what one of the CDC officials referred to in a recent press conference called teleschooling. If it comes to extending school closures for the longer term, we are already looking into more ways to expand services, including providing access to instructional materials and essential items such as food and other supports that our kids do come to school to receive. These kinds of services will indeed require more planning, which is ongoing, and without having us being the experts, it is very difficult to determine what is allowable and what is not allowable in circumstances like this. But like I said, not being an expert, it means that we have to plan around the decisions of other people. So APS, if anything does happen, will not have all the answers. So if you hear of quarantines or school closures that are mandatory, you may actually hear some of those from the federal government with assistance from state emergency management officials. We've also received guidance from key agencies such as the Georgia Department of Education, the Georgia Department of Public Health, the Fulton County Board of Health, and the CDC. We're incorporating all of these components into our emergency management practices. We'll also continue to provide updated information to students and families and employees as we receive directives from local, state, and federal health officials. Please visit our health alerts page on our website. I especially need our families to also log into Campus Portal and update any preferences for emergency notifications. That means the information you put in there is where you will get the robocall, the text message, the email. So visit the portal at http://www.atlantapublicschools.us/CPP. We understand our school community's desire for timely information, and we'll do our best to balance this desire with the needed coordination with community-wide emergency planning in these situations. So again, I've done a blog at atlsuper.com. You can go to that blog and that posting and click on it. And as things may happen over the next weeks and months, we'll update that particular post so that people know what's happening and what has changed. And you will see where it will say updated. It'll give a date and a time, for example, if things are moving very fast. Just know that as it stands right now, everybody is expected to be in school. We're tracking other districts and communities where there have been cases that have been have involved students coming back from travel abroad and other school programming. We have reduced all of that and eliminated it where necessary. But just know that some of these things will be clunky along the way, and we ask for your patience. Mr. Chair, members of the board, that concludes my remarks for this evening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Christarfin. Would you please at this time present the consent agenda?
Yes, sir.
Yes, and so I should mention hearing Nancy's. So Nancy is on the phone. I should note that. Should have noted that earlier. But yes, Dr. Starfin, we did remove 5.03 to discussion and action, which is the school calendar for the 2021-2022 school year. 5.02 is still on the consent agenda.
Right. So we are asking the board, based on feedback and engagement, to consider revisions to school calendars for 2 school years. 5.02, which is still on consent agenda, involves minor changes, but since 5.03 is on discussion and action, I'll save any further comments about that until later. So what you do have is consent agenda items 5.01. I just want to make sure, is 03 off, or do I end it on 7.15 instead of 16? Did it renumber or not? That's all I need to know. I can't hear you. It renumbered. Okay, so we're going to do 5.01, including the new 5.03, to 7.15, correct? If it renumbered and you took one off, it would be one less.
That's one less consent policy item. So instead of 5.01 through 6, it's 5.01 through 5 under that consent policy section. The consent finance items were unaffected. Those would still be 7.1 through 7.16. The new 5.03 is the policy on controversial issues. Yes, as opposed to 6.
What we are voting on is right up there.
So we are submitting 5.01. Can you please scroll all the way to the bottom so we can see it? Through, keep going down, the other way, the other way. Keep going, the other way. Keep the other way. Stop to 7.16. For board approval.
Thank you. Is there, before I take a motion here, is there any discussion on the consent agenda? Questions, discussion? I have one. Got an email. So question about the 2020-2021 calendar. I know there's really no change other than removing Columbus Day and including Indigenous Peoples Day. One question that I think was raised was whether is there possibility to provide teachers with a day off in February. I think we do in October. We have one day in October, which is Indigenous Peoples Day. But is it possible to make that President's Day a holiday? And I don't know whether that would do anything or help the situation out, because I know one of the things we have to balance, and I know, and I've heard from parents earlier about the need about their child care concerns and the needs of students and parents, but we also have to make sure that teachers are in a good place, and we've seen an increase in call-ins because of this, the most recent change to the calendar, a significant increase in call-ins. So trying to balance that and having this book on stress and stress-related disease, just making sure that in the immediate short term, is that a possibility to add in that day?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, members of the community, just to be clear, the only thing you're taking action on, because we have different calendars, students' calendars, employee calendars, you're only taking action on student calendars tonight. So anything that has to do with employees, I can go back and look at anything, but I have to be very careful about that, in part because it affects contract days, And I need to make sure I loop back around with labor and everybody else, staff members, to be sure that we're not doing something that would affect someone's pay in a way that backfires on a particular group. So happy to go back and do anything we need to talk about for employees at a different time, but for tonight's purposes, the student calendar is the focus.
Okay.
Jason,
Yep.
I just want to add, and I appreciate the clarification that it is a student calendar, and that's what we voted on last year as well. I think a lot of us were under the impression that the teachers were going to have these days off. I know this past year for Columbus Day, I was told that teachers did report to work, and they didn't have any days off on that longer weekend. So I'm just wanting to make sure that we balance, what communities need along with what our staff needs. And it sounds as though, and I've looked at other metro areas, is they do these kind of longer weekends as opposed to taking the weeks off. And I do think it's important that we try to maintain the 180 days. And as I shared with my colleagues and the superintendent, you have that extra day in May where you can push school back one day, still maintain the 180-day calendar, and then add the break for the teachers in February or March, whichever is more desirable. I would assume it's the February one because you go from there to March and then you have spring break. But again, I think that's an internal conversation that needs to be had.
Thank you. And I think I heard that the administration will go back and look at that. But for now, which I think it's clear that, at least so far, that we'd like for the administration to look at that as a possibility. But tonight, we are voting on the student calendar.
And may I? Mr. Chair, members of the board, and the community, what we'll look into is President's Day and turning it into a holiday, which will mean we'll have to mess with Memorial Day weekend, most likely adding the Friday as some kind of professional learning day at the end of the year. But start working on it, this week and give an update to everybody.
Okay. And Nancy has a question.
We are now talking about this year's calendar. Next year's calendar, I just want to voice my opinion that I would like to see a later start date and maybe 2 or 3 days for fall and winter, spring, whatever we call it, break. Because that seems to work really good for a lot of people, maybe not everyone, but just wanted to put that on the record.
Yeah, thank you, Nancy, and we'll make sure when everyone hear that for discussion and action. Okay. Thank you. Anything else? All right. I think we're good there. Can I have a motion? Been properly moved by Ishay Collins. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Cynthia Briscoe Brown, enthusiastically. Please open the vote. Thank you. Moving on to the next. All right, I will now move on to the monthly budget adjustments. That's 8.01. Is there a motion to approve the monthly budget adjustment for the FY 2020 budget?
So moved.
Been properly moved by Michelle Olympiadis. Is there a second? Second. Been seconded by Ishay Collins. Let's open the vote. Thank you. I will now open discussion on the agenda item relating to the approval for the of the APS 2020-2025 strategic plan for final reading. Any discussion on that? Michelle?
Yes, Sita Cook, a member of our community who's often with us and speaks to us often, was kind enough to share her remarks with some board members, and I believe she has given them to Dr. Smith, but just want to make sure that that this additional feedback is included, because she found more typos. I mean, she found some typos. I mean, there's just that one section right there, and she's put some thoughtful thoughts together that I just think need to be reviewed. I don't know. I think, I mean, my understanding is it's been tweaks. I mean, there's, just simple things.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything.
I think if it's
we could do the typos at a minimum, and we can leave off the specific issues. But
yes,
we all need to read through it.
My suggestion on that is, yes, typos make sense, but any substantive change, unless there is a change that a board member is proposing to make and we all vote on, that the draft is the draft.
I do think her comment regarding special education was a good point as well.
Okay. Aretta?
So, if I may ask that you, just for the for everyone in the room, just kind of explain like what this is and what happens next in terms of the finality of this document, in terms of how other things come into place to bring it to life. Can you share for the community how this document leads our work?
Yeah. So this document, the strategic plan, is going to, it encompasses it has our vision, where we want to go, and generally the lanes in which we want to operate as a school system. As Dr. King Smith explained, there was an extensive engagement process, and this document not only holds the opinions of the board, the administration, but also the community and parents, grandparents, teachers included. But with this document, this document is essentially a first step. There's still more work that needs to be done. There are several commitments that we make in this document that need to be fleshed out. There are several work streams to this document that need to be worked on, and you could find those starting on page 14, where the administration and senior members of the administration will have to do the strategic work of fleshing this thing out. But I also think it's important for everyone to know that this is also serving as a guiding document for the next superintendent. They're going to have to review this and see whether they align with these views and this vision for the future of APS. But at the same time, we want to make sure that as a board, as a governance team, we are giving that next superintendent some flexibility, which is why initially I mentioned the lanes. There's a lot of latitude we are giving them to flesh out what actually happens in this work stream, in these various work streams. So we still have to do the work around how to actually operationalize this strategic plan, put it into work, put it into action, and that's going to take many months. Not only has Angela mentioned work streams being worked on through the fall, but even after that, once that work is done, as a board, as a school system, we're going to have to decide on next steps based on recommendations, significant recommendations within those work streams. I tell folks all the time, when you look at the last strategic plan, there was nothing specific about the turnaround plan. The turnaround plan came as a result of that strategic plan and what our vision was for the school system. Here, we're actually a little bit more specific in identifying concretely things that we want addressed that we did not necessarily have in the last strategic plan. And that's where the accountability comes in. I want to make sure that we highlight the fact that folks do want accountability, and it is incumbent on this board to ensure that there is accountability, not only on ourselves, the superintendent, but on the school system. And we make very specific commitments in this document. When you look at page 9, which are the equity commitments, that's a pretty progressive page where we are specifically saying we are going to be leveraging school improvement to advance equity. We are going to ensure equitable funding, increase access to effective leaders and teachers, partner with families and communities, and so on and so forth. And when you actually read what that means, that's significant stuff. I mean, that's not fluff. That's actually telling the administration, telling our families what we are committing to, and it is our job to hold ourselves to it. So the next steps from here are going to be for the administration to start working on the strategic work streams, but then there's going to be some work once we have a new superintendent in place to come together as a governance team and work through what the accountability looks like. And that's the balance here. If you jump too far ahead of where we're supposed to be in strategic planning, then you're potentially handcuffing the next administration, the next superintendent. And that's where we need to be cautious to ensure that we are giving the administration the flexibility and the latitude that we gave them 6 years ago when we passed the previous strategic plan, and they came back to us a year later with the turnaround plan. So those are the next steps as I see it. And again, I want to thank Angela and her team for the hard work in putting all of this together and combining the thoughts, philosophies of various board members and community members to form a document that I think will help guide APS for the next 5 years, and I think this will have a lasting impact beyond that.
Thank you for that question and for that response, Jason. I am still concerned that the language in what I look to as the key slide, or one of the key slides in this plan on page 13, is too watered down from where we started with respect to what to do when schools are not performing in the way that we are hoping that they do according to this plan. And to be more specific, I recall that at one early iteration of this plan, we were discussing in regard to the bullet point that talks about considering equity-minded timeline, language about intervention strategies if necessary due to chronic underperformance. I don't see, obviously that language is not in this proposed final draft, and I don't see, unless I've missed that, which I don't think I have, but I also don't see accountability really directly addressed in the plan in a way that I think would be appropriate, while still balancing your great points, Jason, about flexibility, high-level direction, not getting into the weeds. I think I would be remiss to say that this is our strategy when we think about a strategic plan, where our strategy doesn't have an analysis of varying reactions to varying outcomes, if that makes sense. And one such outcome, for example, is schools continue to underperform in the way that many are currently today.
And are you talking about the bottom of page 13 where it says adopt an equity-minded timeline for effective support and intervention strategies in each school based on school needs?
Yes. That's one specific place where I think we could have had and previously did consider some stronger language.
The stronger language being interventions there. So the stronger language being in chronic underperforming schools?
Yes. Well, so I guess part of this is this idea that I hear people saying page 10. Let's look at that. So where are we looking at? Oh, yeah. Okay. So that's on page 10 of that language about when schools are assess progress and be positioned to act with urgencies to adjust strategies, which is different than intervention. And what I'm looking at, by the way, is on this computer is a former version of the of this strategic plan that I still think had stronger language. I know there was a time, for example, where we were considering even like a timeline that was more specific as to when to intervene. And so going back to page 13, that bullet point that says adopt an equity-minded timeline for effective support and intervention strategies, to me reads, and to be fair, perhaps this is part of the open-endedness of this plan, to me reads as that action item is adopting that timeline, but not saying outright that we will intervene in a more affirmative way. Again, I just think that the language has been watered down in a way that does not reflect the initial tone of something that I was looking for in the document. I see that there are references to kind of the concepts that I'm talking about, but I fear that the affirmative, proactive kind of language, and I can give another example other than this, again, does not come off the page in a strong way. And I think it's important for me for it to do so.
Erica?
Excuse me. So just to kind of piggyback off what you said, so our theory of action on page 10, I kind of feel like can you hear me? I kind of feel like the accountability should be built into more of the if-then statement, because we're trying to empower and equip the schools. But how are we holding the schools accountable? And it's really not stated. And so then you go back to the statement under where it says positioned to act. I think it would be stronger if it would be, then we would assess progress and act with urgency to address strategies and resources when schools are chronically performing. So I think maybe it's an adjustment with the language a little bit.
Say that again. Say that again.
So on the theory of action.
I heard theory of action. What was the second
so what
part?
I was saying was two parts. Like the accountability built into the if-then statement a little bit more. And so I just threw something out there like when we say we will empower and equip schools, but then are holding them accountable, the schools accountable, like just make it more, I guess with the language around it, build accountability into that statement. That's what I'm trying to say. Does that make sense at all?
It's a little confusing.
Okay.
I mean, I think so here's, and you know, my job is to try to make sure we're moving forward on the same page. So here's my disconnect on that. Is when you talk about accountability, you just can't say it. You actually have to do it, and you have to have more to accountability than just the word. So where this board historically has had an issue is defining what accountability means. And what I don't want to do, which is where I feel like we're going, is we're going to put a word in here. We're going to put a couple words in here in the name of accountability, and we're not going to do anything behind it because it doesn't actually mean anything beyond the word. And I want to make sure we define what accountability actually means, which means having a much bigger discussion than what we have had so far. Because this same discussion was had when we had the Excellent Schools Framework, which I voted in support of. And there were pretty clear accountability measures in that, because that was actually a plan. When we talk about the strategy, the strategic plan, which is higher level, if we are going to tell the administration in our strategic plan, the highest level document that we have, that here are the specific things that you are going to do in case of X, right? We have to define what the X is. It says chronically underperforming. What does that mean? Then we're going to have to add a couple more pages to this document. And I'm happy to do that work, but we did it 9 months ago with the Excellent Schools Framework. And half of the board decided that they wanted to slow the process down to give the experts time to come up with more specific plans. So now we are here in a higher level document than the framework we were working on, and now I'm hearing we want to put something more specific, but you can't do that without adding a ton more detail. So I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to work through those details, but I don't want to have the administration working through those details, and then we come back and say, no, that's too detailed. So I'm trying to not find ourselves in this position where we are saying we want to add something, and then we work through adding it, and then we don't do it. I put myself, and the reason I'm speaking on this is because I put myself out there multiple times. People have called me all kinds of things that I disagree with, by the way, in the name of what I believe is the right thing to do for kids. But what I don't want to do is continue to go back and forth on something that I think would not move that ball forward. So I'm all for accountability, and I hear the need for accountability, but we do that work as a governance team. You don't do that work in a strategic plan. And we've made a lot of commitments in here. We commit to integrating school improvement efforts with effective strategies and interventions to help ensure that all students can reach their full potential. If we provide clear information and data on student, school, and district performance to support transparent and equitable decision-making, then we assess progress and be positioned to act with urgency to adjust strategies when schools are chronically underperforming. When you look at the priorities, continuously improve service and support schools, enable school autonomy, and adopt an equity-minded timeline for effective support and intervention strategies. We are committing to this community that we are adopting a timeline for effective support and intervention, both supports and intervention strategies, based on school needs. So, I mean, I'm all for accountability, but I don't want to add words that say accountability or that are accountability without actually adding more meat to that bone. Because if we're just going to say, and there shall be accountability, then let's just have a sentence that says there shall be accountability. But what does that mean? And then we go down that rabbit hole and let's add a couple more pages. And that's where I get concerned. We have not had a strategic plan that has been that in depth. Even the strategic plan is pretty specific, but I want to make sure that we're not wasting our time and wasting the administration's time in doing this work. Aretta, then Michelle.
So for me, when looking back at where we were in November versus now, right, when I started to now, the biggest difference to me is it's very simple, right? So it's in the then we. So where we are now, we're positioned to act. Where we were before, we were acting, right? So that's, to me, that's the difference. You're positioned to act, or you're acting. So that is how it got softened up, is because it almost implies that the action is not necessary. And I know we went back and forth with the actions, like, so when do you act? So for me, that's where it went from active to passive, is when, so for November, we will be positioned to act with urgency and revise strategies to take action when criteria are not being met or showing significant progress. So it was more of a It was more action. It was more versus passive. So that is the difference. Directionally, I feel that we are going the right place. The commitments that we've made and the fact that we've left room for how do we get there. We've set the destination, and now we need to figure out, okay, how do we get to the destination? So for me, it was just, it went passive versus active. And that was just that simple difference made it a little less excited. I hear what you're saying, but I like the fact that we are acting and not positioned to act. That was my take on it.
I really appreciate all the work that's gone in here and made my remarks earlier. I think one thing that we've lost sight of is we decided that, you know, schoolhouses and clusters are communities, and that everybody's a little bit different, right? Like even within my own cluster, my neighborhood schools are very different. And I think that, at least I thought when we were making these changes to go broader, we were saying, hey, we want to get in our schools, we want to get in our clusters, we want to assess what's going on, we want to talk to the community, we want to talk to the staff, we want to have the administration support the schoolhouse more, we want to have the community come in and support the schoolhouse more. That's going to look different in every cluster. Every cluster is going to look a little different. And then within those clusters, it's going to look a little different at every school. So to me, keeping it broad and allowing as we transition into a new administration to come in and help figure out how we're going to tailor that work, I think we're going to see that for some schools, we're going to put them on a pretty quick accountability timeline because they need it. And so we're going to have to figure out how to get those resources into those schools, whatever those are, financial, medical, whatever. Clothing closets, I know we've talked about that, and food pantries. It's going to look different, and it's going to be a case by case. And I think that it's going to take us a minute to figure out, and thank God it's a living document. We can continue to change it, and I hope that we do. And I appreciate Aretta's comment on saying that it's gone from, in her opinion, active to passive. That really gives me something to think about, because that's not how I see it at all. For me, it's much more broader. For me, there is accountability in this, and that's on a case-by-case basis. And I would hope that it's taken with a cluster approach. That's the way I kind of view it all. And I appreciate this robust discussion, because it is important that everybody's heard, and that the community knows where we all stand on this.
And I do want to say yes, because the first if is that we provide clear information and data, right? So it's kind of hard to have a real conversation when you don't know what that is. So we are going to dive deep into what is that definition? What do we need? What are we comparing? And what does each school need? And I think in order to do that, that conversation needs to happen with teachers, parents, and students. And so that's why I'm on honestly both sides of it's in a good place, but I still feel like there's more room for action. But that action comes with budget setting. That action comes with individual school plans. So the action does come in other places, and the accountability comes from the community holding us accountable, us holding administration accountable. Like, everyone has accountability in this piece as well. So, yeah.
Let's go Cynthia, then Candace, and Nisha.
Aretta, I think you just hit the nail on the head for me. That I think what this plan does. You're present from the social workers. I think what this plan does is put the structure in place to do just exactly that, to develop those individual plans, to dive deep into each school, into each cluster, as Michelle said, to provide clear information, to empower and equip schools to set goals and priorities. That, to me, is what this is about, is empowering and equipping our schools and our communities. And I feel like if we do that, if we provide the clear information, and if we engage stakeholders, if we do all these if-we statements, then, and we do them with fidelity and with enthusiasm and faithfulness, then every student will attain the skills, knowledge, and tools to succeed in college, career, and life. But that's our job. That's what we have to do after we pass this, and by passing it tonight, by voting in favor of this, we make a commitment to one another and to our community that we're going to do this and that we are going to be successful. We're going to do every single thing we can to make sure that every child gets what they need. For me, the be positioned is not passive at all. It feels like sort of crouching down and being able to jump this way or that way or that way, and being positioned to be ready to go, rather than, I guess I just interpreted that differently, that I feel like it's said sort of crouching down, on your mark, get set, go, in whatever direction we need to take when we discover that what we're doing in that first section is, for whatever reason, not working. And I would also point out the very first paragraph on that theory of action page. A theory of action is a statement that outlines an organization's belief and assumptions in what will lead to long-term success and change. So what this theory of action is about is focusing on the success, on always keeping in mind that what we're pointed towards is success. And yes, we're going to have times when we don't get it right and we need to go a different direction. But this points us to where we need to go.
So I don't think it's fair to say that this is a request, at least on my part, to add the phrase "we're going to be accountable." That's not. I don't think I said that. I think what I'm saying are a couple of things. First, our words in this document do matter, and the language and the tone that we use matter. This is an important document, and adding or revising even a single word or phrase, I don't think would require pages more of work, but would result in a delivery of a different and hopefully stronger message to future boards and administrations, and that's what I'm talking about. If the words didn't matter, we wouldn't have this conversation, and you all wouldn't have pointed to the fact that we do have the phrase chronically underperforming already in the document. So obviously there is some consideration of that already, and so me asking to go further down that, it seems to be valid. For example, instead of having the phrase "to be positioned to act," a stronger phrase would be "to act." Or instead of having adopt an equity, or in addition to having adopt an equity-minded timeline, we would have another bullet point, for example, that would say intervene. And those are the examples of the types of things I'm thinking of here that would make it, to me, a stronger document, still provide flexibility and be high level, but also provide the kind of direction that, at least from my perspective, this type of document should provide, should give some guidance to.
I definitely agree. I definitely understand where you're coming from, Candace, and I think just listening to the dialogue, and we've been working on this for months, and just hearing a lot of these things, and just kind of layering it with Jason's point, like we've had these deep conversations about a lot of these things, even when we were talking about the Excellent Schools framework. And I feel in this document we've tried to at least merge some of those things, and it's kind of interesting to hear the dialogue kind of repeat itself as we were having those conversations. And so I know the climate at that time probably didn't feel as acceptable to accept it now, but kind of, I just be honest, kind of hit some of the comments kind of like, well, we had the conversations, we've had this conversation before, these conversations before. When I see this strategic plan, and particularly what we are talking about, the theory of action, is just that this is a strategic plan of strategy. It is one of talking about, like, this is how we're viewing things. These are this is our strategy, the thinking, the goal, the vision that we have in mind. I would be very concerned to go down a space of being so detailed in our strategic plan that it actually come an action plan, which is not what we as a board and a governance entity is to do. I think we've done really, and to Michelle's point, this is a living document. When we embarked on the strategic plan, when half of us was first elected, that it has changed in many ways. We've gone from scorecards, we've gone from other ways that we've rated schools. We've gone, things in regards to turnaround, in regards to CTR, CRC, to a lot of things that you all are getting reports on now. And so, we've done some great work. I mean, this has been a very deep, we've been deeply involved in this process than I have in the last year sitting on this board, and very proud of the work that we've done so far. Is it tip-top shape? Are we the experts of creating strategic planning that's going to meet and appease everybody's appetite? I don't think so, but we have landed on some solid direction and things of how we want to move forward with a lot of the work that we've done. I think it's going to be behooved of us to make sure that those key things, that this strategic plan becomes a solid action plan and move forward in that space. And so I just want to leave with that, because we've done some good work with this, and I want to thank all you guys and thank the administration for really chipping away at this as much as possible.
Okay, so here's I just want to summarize what I've heard, because I want to make sure that this is a strategic plan that we can all be proud of. So far, what I've heard in terms of proposed changes, is that we take out B position 2 and we say assess progress and act with urgency. I mean, that's what I've heard so far. Now, I am all for that, okay? I am all for that. But here's what I'm going to tell you, is that the people out there are going to want more than those words. When it comes time to act, I want this video to be played and these comments to be played, and everybody be reminded of what was said. Because to me, sure, let's act. But I want to make sure that it is clear that we all, as a board, said we don't want to be positioned to act, we want to act. And our votes should reflect that. Not the wording in the strategic plan, but our votes need to reflect that. So if that's the request, then excuse me, we're having a discussion, so if we could stop the crowd participation in this discussion, it'd be greatly appreciated. So if that's the change, then I'm all for it. I mean, sure. We talked about this during the Excellent Schools framework. Let's do that. Is there other language that we're looking at, and does removing those two words, be positioned, give anybody heartburn? Be positioned to. Does that give anybody heartburn? It's Does that give anyone heartburn? Going once. Going twice. Any other comments? Any other wording?
Other different wording?
No, or word,
Other than that particular
other than that
sentence.
particular, yes.
I would like to see us include the special ed graduation rate in that one column on whatever. Yeah, it's, let me see. Yes, where it says the 3 primary areas requiring our focus.
Yep.
I do think that's important.
May I add one more, since we're adding? Could I add direct certification so that we are, because I'm sure, well, yeah. Isn't that a subgroup for us? Wouldn't that be all our subgroups?
We're on page 7. I think that's closely tied to race.
The other two? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate it. Just wanted to make sure that we're looking at all our subgroups.
Yes, no, I appreciate that.
All right.
Okay, so what I heard was to add the special education graduation rate on page 7, and I heard to remove be positioned to, and so that it says assess progress and act with urgency to adjust strategies when schools are chronically underperforming under the theory of action in page 10.
Do we need a formal amendment to correct typos?
So what I would propose is that typos be corrected. They're Scrivener's error. They don't need to be corrected right now.
All right.
Okay. Candace Wood Jackson.
I would also like to see a change on page 13, section 4, to add a bullet that says something to the effect of. I apologize. I said I would like to see a change on page 13, number 4, to add language about chronically underperforming schools, similar but not exactly like the language on page 10, I know that we've been now wordsmithing in some ways, that gets at that action, those intervention strategies. For example, intervene when schools are chronically underperforming.
So I think that the original intention was when we adopt an equity-minded timeline for effective support and intervention strategies, that whatever the strategy related to the supports or the interventions would be adopted at that time, and that we adopt that equity-minded timeline with the assistance of our administration to help define what that is and when that needs to be done based on student needs. So that's why it says support and intervention strategies specifically, and it says in each school based on school needs, so that we're not saying across the board that something needs to happen. We are leaving flexibility based on school needs, just like we have done with the turnaround plan. So what I'm saying is, I think that bullet encompasses what you're saying, and specifically mentions support and intervention strategies.
Okay, I don't think it encompasses that, but just one last note for me tonight, and these are my thoughts and concerns, right? I hear what you guys are saying, what other people are saying too. But one other note is, a lot of what I'm hearing tonight is, well, obviously this is implied that that's what happened, or of course this is what would happen, or well, that's the part of this is the assumption that X, Y, and Z. But I don't see that here, and I fear that some of the meat that we all are saying is obvious in the subtext of this document is not and isn't there. And so if it's not there and we're not here to explain it, will it get done?
So my only question, Candace, what you're saying, the inclusion that you want for number 4 on page 13, how is that not included when in our theory of action on page 10?
I think I think we're getting the change that we are looking at gets at that on page 10. I looked at page 13 as a list of, so this goes back to kind of the way we were talking about at our last board meeting. These are our theories, our action, our high, and then we're funneling down into more specifics. So to me, to have something high level that references an action and then not reference it more explicitly in the specifics is confusing or seems not complete. Does that make sense? No?
I think so.
Well, to me, it's if we're going to reference it one place as this is our larger theory, and then these are our bullet, and maybe I'm not interpreting this correctly. These are bullet point ways that we're going to get there.
Right.
I would like to perhaps consider seeing another bullet point that talks specifically about how we're going to get to there. And I don't see that. I mean, I see the adopt an equity-minded timeline and understand that perhaps that is what is the bullet that gets us there.
Got it.
I think that's the bullet that gets us there. And I'm particularly focused on the language about in each school based on school needs, because I think as Michelle said earlier, with some schools that may be a very short timeline. With others, we may be more flexible and a little more relaxed with the timeline based on the needs of the school and the students. And I don't think that, I don't think we're abdicating our responsibility at all to act there. I think we're just acknowledging that those actions will be different and must be different given our emphasis on school-level flexibility, on autonomy, and on the individual needs of each of our schools. So I really feel like everything you're looking for is there, at least as I understand what it is you're looking for.
Okay, I think Nancy has a comment.
No, I do, and I think we're going back and forth, and we probably need to table this because there's a lot of stuff going on. As with the calendar, the strategic plan, we have, potentially a new superintendent coming on board, and these are all things that I think we need to take very seriously, and just wanted to voice my concern on it.
So one of the issues I have with tabling it is that we continue to delay conversations. And then when we try to get specifics, we further delay conversations.
But
And
honestly, Jason, there isn't going to be I'm sorry if I interrupted you.
yeah, you did.
Okay, sorry, I interrupted you.
No, go ahead.
I think it's really important for the next leader of the Atlanta Public School System to have their own vision and mission and be able to articulate it. And I feel like we're probably putting some guardrails up for that. And I think we need to be cognizant of that.
Yep. I think that's one of the issues with going too detailed.
I
but-
hear that, but I think there should be no question that we want our underperforming schools to do better, right? Like that should be
Absolutely.
clear. There shouldn't be a problem with that. We didn't tell her how to do it, or him, right? We just said, if there's a problem, it needs to be addressed with urgency. That doesn't seem binding to me, other than do the work.
Yeah, so, I mean, I hear you, Nancy. I just don't know whether, I don't think we're at a point where we would be tabling this discussion. I actually think that, I think here, Candace thinks we should add a bullet. I think other people disagree. Happy to hear more feedback on that.
So we
No,
can't.
I'm good.
Sorry. Did you have something else, Nancy?
No, I've said everything. Thank you.
So we're in agreement on the theory of action, taking out those words, yes? And,
Yeah, and the
can-
special education.
And adding those pieces in. And, I mean, do you have language that you're proposing for that bullet point? I think maybe just like having specific language for that, rather than kind of what makes me a little bit nervous is, if we don't have specific language for that we all can agree to tonight, that we are going to, again, delay this. And it's, I think we want to get this right, get it done so that we can, back to the other point, begin working on the process for establishing those goals and working to get this going.
Here. So how much flexibility will there be for the new superintendent to tweak this plan?
The question was, how much flexibility will there be for the new superintendent when they come in? I think from my standpoint, we have given them a vision of where we want to go, a pretty clear vision. And in terms of the details, that's going to be based on their recommendations. So I think there's a lot here. A lot of the stuff here is not different from what we're already doing. So, I think that they're going to have latitude to do that or go beyond that, because we talk about continuing to look at other practices and continue to look for innovations. So, I think there's a lot of latitude that the next leader will have in executing on all this. When you look at the work streams, those are pretty big work streams, and they're not defined. And they shouldn't be defined. They should be left to the next superintendent.
But it's our job to define what those work streams are. And again, I go back to an organization's belief and assumptions in what will lead to long-term success. That is the proper role of the board, to define an organization's belief and assumptions and what will lead to long-term success. And if we don't do that, then the superintendent, whoever that person is, can't act on it. That's why it's important to have this in place.
Okay. So I think we've heard from everyone. I have a motion. What is that motion? I don't know what that motion is.
Yeah. I don't have, Leslie was looking at me, I think, because she had asked if I had suggested language for that bullet, and I don't, other than the kinds of things I was talking about, which would be a bullet that starts with the word intervene. But I've said what my concerns are at this point.
What is that motion, Nisha?
So moved. Yeah, so moved to adopt the strategic plan with the revision as provided by Board Member Jackson. Am I leaving anything else? I'm sorry, and the inclusion of the special education, special need designation of the graduation rate.
Could I get, just to make sure everyone understands what you're voting on here?
Yes.
You're voting to approve your strategic plan with the following two revisions. One, you're adding the special education graduation rate, and then under the theory of action, you are removing the words "be positioned then" statement reads assess progress and act with urgency to adjust strategies when schools are chronically underperforming.
Got it. Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
So moved with everything provided by our general counsel. Thank you.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can we open the vote? The second was Leslie Grant. Okay, thank you. Next up is the calendar. That is 8.03, and that is the calendar for the 2021-2022 school year. Are there any comments, questions on the calendar?
Yeah, I do have.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Here.
Yes, you can go ahead.
Oh, so is this is the 21 calendar, correct?
Yes, 2021-2022.
I'm sorry, I have a delay on the feed, so sorry. My only thing is, I would like to see that we start later and take a shorter fall and winter break so that we can accommodate what the teachers want, which is a break, which we didn't get this year, but also what the parents want, and that's a little bit later in the summer.
Okay.
Thanks, Nancy. I think that's what we're trying to do here is find a healthy balance between parents and teachers and the administration that supports our students. And I appreciate my colleagues in allowing us to have this discussion. I share the sentiments of many of the folks who spoke publicly about trying to find balance for parents and without the district providing some sort of full support for all children during these breaks, these long weekly breaks. It's very, very difficult on any family. And so I think what's happened is last year when we all voted for B, I don't think, as a parent, I certainly didn't realize the impact that was going to have on a teacher, that they were going to lose a day off when they needed that day off along with their professional learning day. And so I appreciate that we've understood the impact of that with people calling in. But I don't think swinging back to where we were is necessarily the right answer. I do believe that calendar C is really the right kind of calendar for us because it does offer that break in February. And again, I think the discussion should be for the administration and the teachers. Do they want it in February or do they want it in March? But to provide them with that longer weekend so that they have the professional learning day and the day off. Does that make sense? And I appreciate, I sent the email to everyone to voice my concerns over the weekend and shared, a lot of the email responses that I had received from my communities with respect to how to find a healthy balance without swinging all the way back. So I thank you. I thank y'all for letting us have this discussion.
So I propose, and I'd like to just make sure folks are in line with this or not. I'd propose that we ask the administration to come back with a recommendation that takes, Michelle, what you talked about into account, the need for our teachers to have needed breaks. As a former teacher, I know how hard October is. October's terrible if you don't have a break. February can be terrible if you don't have a break. So I think that needs to be taken into account, just like we need to take into account the fact that trying to get parents to get childcare for a week in the fall and in the winter, in addition to winter break and spring break, can be very difficult and costly for parents. I know in the past we've held camps for our students who are were in Title I schools in lower income communities. I don't think the plan is to do that now. So I want to make sure that we're taking all those things into account with that calendar. So I think tabling this for another recommendation on this would be the best route at this point, to make sure our teachers get the break they need and our parents get the relief that they need from childcare costs. Dr. Christopherson.
I just have one clarifying question. We did spend a lot of time with our school community groups to craft the questions, to vet them, and to work hard to communicate the survey out to families. And while I know I heard some comments about the number of survey responses, when I first came here, I think maybe we were getting like 500 calendar. It counted like 500, which grew into the thousands. And we topped this time with 13,000 responses. So it has been, a lot of engagement, and a lot of people have responded to us, recognizing we have 51,500 kids and not everyone responds. That is a very significant enough response rate. Having said that, if we are going back at your direction to do a calendar, is there an expectation that we are surveying again? That part we just need clarity on, so we build that, have time to do that, and encourage families, stakeholders to do it, to tell us again after this one.
I think that, what do other people think? Cynthia?
I don't know that it's entirely necessary. However, if we do go back, I would suggest that since we seem to all acknowledge the need to include breaks for teachers in the calendar, that we eliminate the calendar option that did not have those breaks. And I'm not looking at it right now, and I can't tell you whether that was B or C. I think that's B. And only survey on A, which is the one with the week-long breaks, and C, which is the one that had the extra one-day breaks. Because it sounds like we all agree that teachers need their breaks. I think that also would alleviate some concerns about the structure of the survey, which seemed to split. Something that parents are very focused on is the start date. And the survey as structured seemed to split people who wanted a later start date into two different categories. So if what we really want to do is give teachers breaks, then let's eliminate the one that doesn't do that. I don't know that it's totally necessary to survey again, but if we were going to do that, I would ask that we restructure it that way.
I think there's plenty of data between last year's survey, where we had 11,000 plus folks respond, and 62% wanted the B calendar. We're living the B calendar. We've recognized that it's not fair to teachers. It's not offering them any breaks. I think in C, unless I'm misunderstanding calendar C, you do get those long weekends where, again, they had that professional learning day and a day off. I think that that's a healthy strike of a balance between going from yin to yang is how I started my email, but I changed my wording, but from going from one extreme to another. And we've seen it. It's going to be a slight change in that third year for a longer weekend in February or March, whichever the administration thinks is best. And we're still finishing before Memorial Day, which obviously seems like something that the staff really enjoys, and I'm sure many families enjoy it as well. But it's a little bit different than the way our surrounding school systems work. If you go and look at their calendars, but they do these longer weekends in October and in February that are providing the professional development and the day off. So I would be perfectly fine in making a motion to move forward with calendar C this evening, as I think we have enough data from both surveys to realize that we need to address everyone in an equitable way, and that calendar C does that, unless the administration is going to come back with a whole nother calendar, which I don't. Again, it falls in line very close to B. It just offers that one extra day.
I would, before recommending C, I would prefer not to do that from the dais. I would prefer for the administration to make sure that they are comfortable with that and acknowledge, accept, make that recommendation instead of us doing it from the dais.
As you wish, and potentially we could see how it impacts the employees as well. Does that calendar get built out at a later date after we approve the student calendar, or are they not all done at the same time?
I'm sorry. Mr. Chair, members of the board, board member Olympiadis, we look at both of them at the same time, but the one that you take an action on is the staff one. So we'll be looking at them both again as part of the rethink.
I'm sorry. I just want to clarify here. What's before us is revisions to the student calendar. Does that mean that, I'm not sure I understand what you just said. Can you just say it again? I'm sorry.
Well, Mr. Chair, members of the board, board member Briscoe Brown, they work in concert. So every time you change something for a student, you got to see how that affects the staff and whether or not that affects, like I said earlier, their duty days and everything else, and everybody's at a different group and works a different number of days. So you have to carefully go back and make sure all of it lines up and matches. But you lead with the student calendar, and then we try to figure out how the rest of it comes together. And you don't recommend a student calendar that doesn't have a functional staff calendar as well as a complementary design. So we just need the direction on what y'all want us to do next, and it will be done. So if it's, look at calendar C, which is what I partially heard, and or go back and build something else and you would be willing to accept a different model. It does not require us to survey stakeholders. We can look at those two things together, the calendar C against any other potential design, and bring that back for your consideration.
Okay. I recommend that we table this discussion and allow the administration to come back after they've looked at option C further and come back with a recommendation on that.
Do you need a motion for that?
Yes.
I move that we table the discussion on item 8.03 and direct the administration to come back with another recommendation in line with our guidance. Right. And not, we are not requiring that we do another survey.
Okay. Properly moved by Cynthia Briscoe Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Michelle Olympiadis. Let's open the vote.
I'm sorry. Reconsider, yeah. Right.
Thank you. Now move to executive session. Madam General Counsel, is there a report out?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there are two items on which the board will need to take action. For the first one, I request a motion that the Atlanta Board of Education uphold the decision of the hearing officer and discipline imposed in student appeal number 2020-05.
Second.
Properly moved by Leslie Grant, seconded by Cynthia Briscoe Brown. Open the vote. Okay, then we move forward. Yep. Moving along to 10.01, a resolution recognizing National School Social Work Week.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I have one more item out of executive session. you need
My
to vote on.
apologies.
I request a motion that the Atlanta Board of Education uphold the decision of the hearing officer and the discipline imposed in Student Appeal number 2020-06.
So moved.
Been properly moved by Cynthia Briscoe Brown. Is there a second? Seconded by Leslie Grant. I think we can go by voice vote. Is that okay? No? Can we do that? Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Yeah, don't worry about it. And then can we do that for the next two? Resolutions? Okay. Or sorry, next three resolutions. 4 resolutions. 5, 6, all of them. Is there a way to combine all of them?
I recommend you take them one by one.
Oh, great. Okay. Yeah. Is there a motion to approve agenda item 10.01?
Second.
Been properly moved by Ishay Collins, seconded by Leslie Grant. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Is there a motion to approve 10.02?
Second.
I'm so confused. Wait, how is 10.02 the strategic plan? Why wouldn't we do that? Oh. Okay. Let's go ahead and vote on it now, with the changes as outlined previously. And properly moved by Leslie Grant, seconded by Ishay Collins. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Wait. Oh, yes. Motion carries. Is there a motion to approve 10.03? And probably moved by Leslie Grant, seconded by Ishay Collins. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Did I say? Okay. Can I get a motion to approve 10.04? Resolution authorizing the consent to extinguish the taxes on properties donated by the Community Restoration Corporation.
So moved.
Properly moved by Cynthia Briscoe Brown.
Second.
Seconded by Michelle Olympiadis. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion to approve agenda item 10.05?
Second.
Properly moved by Leslie Grant, seconded by Cynthia Briscoe Brown. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion to approve 10.06?
So moved.
Been properly moved by Cynthia Briscoe Brown, seconded by Leslie Grant. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Before we move to a report out from community meetings, let's finish public comment.
Mariah Jordan for 2 minutes. We have Carrie King for 4 minutes. I'm sorry about that. Followed by Karen Bryant for 2 minutes.
Oops. My name is Kerry King. I'm a senior partner with Jacobson King in Atlanta, a law firm. I'm also a retired Army officer. And for the last 35 years, among other things and areas I've practiced in, I've been an employment discrimination lawyer. So let me say, first of all, I'm not a racist by any means and never would be. Henry W. Grady the school may have been named after Henry W. Grady, but those of us that graduated, and I graduated in 1959, those of us who graduated just thought of it as the Grady Gray Knights in Grady High School. But we are executing Henry W. Grady, who died at 39 years old in 1989, over policies that we now understand it was a horrible, shameful area and a shameful time of our history in this country. But Henry W. Grady started the Atlanta Herald, and then he started the Atlanta Constitution. And I have submitted a petition from 420 members, alumni of the classes from 1956 up to 1963, and we're still working. We got those by email. That's how they signed the petition. Henry W. Grady, among other things he said, was when he was espousing a New South, he said he wanted a land of kindness, compassion, and mutual respect that rose above, as he said, ignoble prejudice and memory. For this progressive newspaper that became the Atlanta Constitution, the person that moved in his seat was Ralph McGill, who we have a street named after Ralph McGill, and Ralph McGill, we have the journalism school at the University of Georgia named after Grady, after Henry W. Grady. But more importantly, Grady is, as an institution, Grady is thought of nationally, and I can promise you this is true, because when I graduated from Grady, I was a good student. I would not say, if there are teachers in the room, don't tell anybody. I was not a fabulous student, but I was probably a B student. I was accepted to Princeton. I didn't go to Princeton because my family couldn't afford it, but I was accepted to Princeton strictly on the reputation of Grady High School. When my children were little, they were admitted to Lovett High School because Rule Stevens, who had been the principal of Grady High School, knew that if you went to Grady High School, you had a good foundation in your education and that you were going to sponsor and to reinforce your children's education at Lovett. So Grady has graduated more lawyers, more national merit scholarships, more judges, congressmen such as Elliot Levitas. The DeKalb County chairman of the DeKalb County Commission, Leanna Levitan, graduated from Grady High School. And I might mention, in addition to that, we had Erskine Russell as our coach. Bobby Dodd Jr. graduated in my class. And we had multiple other athletes and too many doctors and scientists such as Karen Steinberg. So Karen and I have been friends for a long time. We're just on opposite sides of this. I ask you, please, I beg you, not to change for the sake of change. Grady High School, we should think of it as Grady High School. You want to take out the Henry W. out of the name? That's fine. But Grady High School is a tradition. It's nationally recognized. To change the name and forget about that reputation of Grady High School is to throw away 94 years. And as sharp as those young students were, who, by the way, are going to Grady, I might add, as sharp as they are, they missed it. Boys High was actually Henry W. Grady School for boys. And the only reason they took away boys, and if I could, since I've been here for 4 hours.
I'm sorry, thank you. Time is up. Thank you.
I hear you. Okay. Thank you.
Karen Bryant for 2 minutes. Janacia Curry for 2 minutes. Letitia Cruz for 2 minutes. Bianca Betts for 2 minutes. Tamika Watkins for 2 minutes. William Hornsby for 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is William H. Hornsby, Jr. I am a 1970 graduate of Douglas High School, the first graduating class. I stand before you today asking that you look at, I'm concerned about Douglas High in regards to the selection of the next principal. As I attended Douglas High School, the principal at Douglas High School basically developed a spirit of excellence. And moving forward 50 years, we see a status of chaos at Douglas High School. And the principal has lost the ability to control Douglas High School through this chaos. I'm asking that the new principal has some type of power to suspend the students of something, because it's chaos there. Now, KIPP Academy has the ability not to have kids in their schools that are disruptive. They have the ability to send them back to their home schools. So we need to look at some type of measure that our principal has to remove disruptive students from Douglas High School. Because if we have another principal coming in and he has no way of controlling disruptive students, we're going to have the same problem over and over again. And as far as KIPP Academy is concerned, I'm a taxpayer. And I'm looking at these statistics that the early teachers said. As far as the college readiness, we're saying that Douglas had a 38.03% readiness. KIPP had a 45.10% readiness. As far as remediation, Douglas had a 19.02 and KIPP had a 24.51. That's ridiculous. They're not doing as good as Douglas under the circumstances of what Douglas is under.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Charlene Isaacs for 2 minutes, followed by Henry Bauer, Crystal Nazir Joe Arnold, Melissa Hughley, Davita Huntley, Kanari Patel, Dave Howland, Michaeline Chester, Nathaniel Dyer. Nathaniel Dyer for 4 minutes.
A brilliant strategy, Mr. Estevez. You cleared the room. Here's some advice for you. When you walk foot by foot, then start chewing gum, okay? I see you over there, Mr. Jernigan. How you doing? All right. It's interesting that the name change is coming up for Grady. It's one thing to change the name, but we need to deal with the institutionalized racism that's involved with that school, along with North Atlanta as well. I know we go way back on that conversation, Ms. Briscoe Brown. And then we need to look at what's happening at Maynard Jackson as well. I'm going to deal with your strategic plan. Here we are again, approving a half-baked idea. You're dealing with words like accountability. The words are hard. The words are soft. Mr. Estevez, get some backbone. Everything is not going to be palatable to you, on your level, whatever that is. You all live in a cold space, a bubble. If I was to exist in it for a moment, I'd freeze to death. Where's the love for the children? Words are one thing, but when you are tone deaf to the words of the parents, these people are suffering. There's a young man I met with this week who's expelled from the school because he was involved in a gun situation, which really the gun wasn't his. But then if it was so serious, why did it take 2 weeks for them to address it and then expel the young man? You put these plans together, but then you don't account for the person that, in my opinion, they have already chosen the superintendent. You've done your research, you've sent out the data, the question, the forms, so that person's going to fit the mold. The top 3 or whatever, but you are going to make it look like it's a community, yeah, there's a process involved. Douglas, 11%, Carver, 17%, South Atlanta, 18%, Washington, 19%, Mays, 19%, Thorough, 22%. and that's just on the south side. But yet, you know, you guys are like discovering words like accountability. And this area suffers from instability, incompetence, and a lack of a nurturing environment, basically quality education. Now let's look at the other schools. Jackson, 29%. North Atlanta, 60%. Grady, 70%. Now they really should be mad because it seems like they have the stability, no closures or mergers. And then, of course, you know, they supposedly have a nurturing environment. But again, institutionalized racism exists, which impacts black boys and girls. But yet they're at the 70% level, and they've got new schools, amenities, and stability, which most clusters desire. You know, it's just, you know, what, do you all know what success looks like? Have you ever experienced success in your life? You know, success is something that you motivate others. Children should come to school excited, running to school, not saying, I don't want to go, Mom. I don't want to go. And these are kids who are making pretty good grades. But in this system, an A pretty much is a C. A C is pretty much an F. And an F is just, you just dead, not even existing. You know, but these numbers seem to be acceptable to you all. Acceptable. And then, you know, you talk like, you know, I don't, 1 minute, clap for people. Then don't jeer or cheer. But you only report the things that you want to hear. And I found out tonight, you're the problem. You know, you need to get down to the nitty gritty of what really moves a school system. And it's not all of these words and trying to sound like you educated and over the top. And again, fabrication of documents is serious. So, Mr. Ethics, get yourself together and represent better for our children.
All right, thank you. Elizabeth Yarbrough for 2 minutes. No, I'm sorry. She would have to give it herself. She would have to be present to give the speech. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This concludes public comment. You can give us the written version, though.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gaither. We can do report out of committee another day. I do want to appoint members to the BHAB, which is the Beltline, BAHAB, Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. Charles Schultz, Leslie Grant, Aretta Balden, Jim Sheeks, and Keith Sharp are the appointees. Keith Sharp, not Glass. With that, can I get a motion to adjourn? It's been moved by Ishay Collins, seconded by Leslie Grant. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.